Yes.
All right, so it's a manageable amount of pervert. Okay, all right.
Actually, in this one game, Shinny and I now are. It's looking pretty good in the non-creepy sense.
Yes,
Aw.
Lena is providing me with all the squeals.
And you're providing me with all the mysteries.
I'm just chaos walking. Like I'm just getting from one trouble into another.
Yep.
I traumatized one of the kids right off the bat.
Hey, you didn't almost kill someone. That's me.
To be fair, I'm really good on that. So like, yeah, we already have like 2 people who almost killed someone,
Nice.
which is great. Like Lena
That-
kicked a chair
that sounds
off
like
the
that-
roof. Lena
like
kicked a
something
chair
like
off.
that sounds like a normal high school experience.
So Lena was on the roof. She was like anger kicking a chair.
Yeah,
and kicked
no,
the
I
chair.
didn't anger kick a chair. I had like a accidental poltergeist moment.
Why would you kick a chair?
Either way, she flung a chair off the rooftop and hit a kid downstairs in the head.
Yeah. Yep.
Like you do.
Yeah.
Like you do.
Yeah.
It's actually lucky that it was only one chair because the poltergeist push basically shit ton of chairs fell all over the place.
But we have another player who plays a female vampire. She full on drained the kid. I mean, not to death, but she broke his
to
mind.
insanity. To
Yeah.
insanity.
I mean,
You,
we can't go wrong there.
as you do.
Yeah.
I
Still sounds
have-
like normal high school to me, but
Yeah. I'm playing a witch, so I have like witchy things, but like I'm not aware of it. But there was like a kid that actually frightened the fuck out of me, and in reaction, I just like had him hallucinate horrible things and kind of traumatize him a bit. But we also have a dude whose name is, and I quote Brian, who gives us such not person vibes from the Magnus Archives. Oh my god.
amazing.
Yeah.
Or like Brian.
Yeah. Brian is amazing. He's the most aggressively average person in the school.
Mm-hmm.
The photo is literally someone with a blurry face filter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like most people. to me.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. It's great. But the best thing is that my character reads him as trans male. She thinks he's trans because of misunderstandings. It's great.
You mean like ghostly, transparent?
No,
Or just-
like
No.
no,
I think just transhuman.
Yeah. No.
no.
Oh, you're not used to being Brian? How long have you not been Brian?
It's like
That's
Brian
not
is
a
his
way.
chosen name, right?
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
We're having fun.
Right.
It's a very fun game.
Yeah.
So far.
That's good, as long as it's fun.
Anyway, to go back to us in this game, actually.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to
Well,
session
that's a normal
71,
idea.
sort of.
Mhm.
I tried to prep, and then I realized that I actually need us to sit down and actually talk through the planning stuff that Abel so nicely posted, and then most of people ignored, including me.
Wow. My
What do you
feelings
mean,
hurt.
What do you mean? I read through the document. I added like one thing that I could think of, but otherwise I agreed with everything that was in it.
Yeah.
But I also understand we had like, I know Lena had like a super busy week.
And we had, I mean, the only other thing you asked of Lena and I was how we intended on going about finding.
Yeah, and I figured we can start with a
Important
chill
person number
refresher of like what happened last time, because I also need a refresher, so you guys are gonna roll dice for my
Oh
amusement.
god, yeah.
Shit. Oh
Please,
fuck.
just for once, don't let me be the first one to do the recap.
Please no.
Yes. Oh, for once.
I can feel it.
Samira's
Watch
lost.
Chris roll a
now.
20.
I was going to say, watch Abel and I roll a 20.
I feel it in me bones.
Yeah, I didn't want to recap 2 fucking pages.
Hey! Was that with disadvantage or what?
Yeah.
Why?
Why though? Because
Well, it's an
otherwise we have.
11. The first
Otherwise
one
it was an 11. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys gotta roll
Otherwise it was
again.
11.
But yet, I will
Alright.
roll again to see if you roll below a
Okay,
3.
let's do Abel and Chris one more time.
I
Because
don't
11.
mind doing a recap. It's fine.
Yay!
It's Apple. It's Apple. Because you titled the 11 and then you rolled lower than a 3.
No, I'm voting Abo anyway because Abo was on vacation and we were not on vacation.
Wow.
Lucky.
Fucking rip. Okay,
Yeah.
be prepared for.
That will teach you to go on vacation and leave us behind. Uh-huh.
I already see some holiday
Did you
dates
get any
in there.
souvenirs for us? Come on.
20th November
It's not really a holiday. No.
or 4th of December. Wow. Okay.
This
Okay.
one the
Prepare.
topic. Abo,
for
are
a
you
classified.
actually celebrating New Year's?
New Year's probably yes.
So we're gonna skip 1st of January.
Likely yes.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so we
just
can
wanna-
add those.
Okay. Because the 25th for sure, because it's Christmas, day. So
Yes.
Yeah. No, so the 4th of December is for me as well.
I mean, I'll probably be somewhere, but I'm not sure in what state how alive.
no,
I
it's
will be.
fine.
No, it's like
Unless you want to in-person roleplay Cassie as being hungover.
I mean,
no, you get your
now
rest
now
after.
now that now that Layla's gone, that's like a standard
Yikes.
sadness.
Anyway, recap.
Oh fuck!
Have fun.
I wasn't prepared for this. Okay. I sort of read through my notes. It's I think the beginning is pretty good, and then at some point I end with the divination spell, and I'm not sure if anything happened afterwards. There might have been stuff,
The irony.
but yeah.
This will be a group effort as usual. So
Yep.
Yes, please. So, okay.
also, I'm sorry, I missed you. Solina and Chris will talk all the time, but I missed you. Hi, welcome back.
Hi, hello, hi. My name is Abel, and I'll be playing. Okay.
And I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Been gone for that long. New character. Okay. So basically, we arrived. Somebody probably has the date on which we arrived.
21st.
Thank you.
21st of Harvest. Yeah.
21st of Harvest. At which exact time, date, and
Is it
seconds?
Harvest? Or was it Heat? I thought we were in Heat.
Can I have
It's
the hour,
Harvest.
the minute, and the second, please?
No.
No.
Definitely Harvest.
Rip.
We
No. Okay.
arrived in the late evening in Bernorum, if that's what you're talking about. I think we arrived like 9:30-ish.
Yeah. I just remember basically, so it was kind of the 4 days before we even are getting into the school. And basically we got settled in an inn, and the inn's name is the Mortified Fox. There was a little bit, I remember there being quite a bit of, well, not discussion, but some arguments about which inn we would stay in. But we are in a Mortified Fox, which is known for the crude jokes that the bartender makes.
Yeah.
And his name is Luigi, and his brother's name is Mario. So
No,
there.
he doesn't have
yes,
a brother.
I've written that down. It's there. Canon.
Okay, fine.
And we got a bunch of information
Now
about
the inn
the
is
city.
haunted. You're welcome.
All right.
That's where all the
Okay.
crude jokes
I mean,
come.
it is his mention, right? So
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Mario.
Yeah.
It's basically the ghost does the only thing that it does. It comes to you at night and goes, "It's me, Mario."
I mean, Luigi's Mansion is haunted.
yeah. All right. Canon. Nice.
There we go. Moving on.
We got a bunch of information about the school. I'm not going to summarize all of that, but blah blah blah.
Wow.
15 years ago, blah 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 blah. They got their branches, they got the clerics, they got the rangers. You can become a member. You get some perks. You get some expectations. You know,
Well,
not
all the
bringing
effort that
this-
Firo's put into actually writing this down for you guys.
It's in my notes. It's all in there. But you know, the important
Yeah, it's
takeaway
like we
points are
summarize it all, otherwise we won't have a session today at all. So.
yes,
Mhm.
exactly. And the most important expectation is not to bring the school's name into drag it through the dirt. So that excludes Cassius from joining ever. So and protect those who cannot protect themselves. Barf. Okay. Then we spoke a little bit with the Mothers of Mercy, Mother of Mercy crew. We got some information that Hoya is arming up in response to the calling out to arms from the cities along the coast in that Guyland. Yes, that's the country we were before.
Yeah.
We were on the other side of the world now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I opened up the map to see it again. And I was like, okay, perfect.
Are you sure this happened last session? I don't remember us talking to the Mothers of Mercy crew at all.
Yeah,
There was
I don't
back
know.
and forth here and there, yeah.
We went for drinks with them, and we were like talking. I was like, "Hey, how's things?
Yeah.
How's things?
How's things?" And
How you doing?
things seem to be fucked. So
Mhm.
all right. There was also Samira and Viera that got in contact with Cayenne Pepper about the house.
No, we didn't get in contact with Kay and Pepper. We got in contact with our blacksmith contact.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We hired the blacksmith contact to work the shop.
Okay. And there was
Because
like
because they didn't want to be involved in supplying weapons.
War
for the
supplies,
war
yeah.
effort.
right. Yeah.
And
Okay.
at ours, they're just doing tools and tack and harness and
So
horseshoeing and stuff.
we could have been, Stark, but we didn't. Shame. There was also
What,
some kind
alone
of like
in a desert with a metal contraption shoved in your chest. No thanks.
Yeah.
sounds like a great time.
Yeah, I'm not the self-sacrifice for the go to the world sort of thing, no. I'm not gonna do that.
Fuck
It's
that
already,
shit.
it's already on my
No.
list. Then there was a whole bunch of debates, like exactly how the time skip is going to take place, exactly when, because we want to get these things of Windwalk made. In the end, there were not
Yep.
going to be scrolls, but something, pearls of
They were
Windwalk,
Pearls,
I
yeah.
guess.
crushable items. One you
Yeah, it would
And-
take 10 days for 2 to be made, yeah.
Yes, and basically we said, okay, well, let's do first 4 days, and then we decide whether we go by flight or we go by wind while we wait the rest of the 6 days. And then there was a little bit of a conversation between Layla and Cassius. Layla is leaving with the researchers and Nimrod. Yes, that's his name. To what did I write down? Basically, there was like the fake discs in the school, but they contained a part of the real discs, and the fake discs have been stolen.
Yep.
So they have to kind of like chase that person thing, whatever. We didn't get a lot of information on it, on who stole them.
Yeah, and to get the dates down, we had a conversation on the 24th about the saddles, and then the conversation with Layla and Nimrod happened. They left on the 25th. Just so everyone's aware.
Yes. With Nimrod leaving, good that you bring this up, because that brings me to another point that happened. There was a very awkward thing of Nimrod giving letters to Samira, and then Samira diving into the letters and not wanting to talk to Nimrod, and Viera was like,
no, Samira
fuck
wrote
that
him a
class.
letter, and then he tried to
reply.
Well, yes, but and then Viera was like, you guys should talk, and Samira was no, and then Viera was like, okay, fuck you, and there was a little bit of wrestling, but in the end Viera avoided.
Viera was all like, you should talk. Samira was all like, I want to read this first.
Yeah, that's nuance. I just did it in my ends, but Samira was too awkward to do it, so no.
Yeah, roundabout.
It's the same thing, same end result.
Yeah.
And Viera goes after Nimrod, and tells them that they should talk. And in the end, did they actually do? Because I didn't write that down.
Nope.
I don't know.
No, they didn't. He was leaving at that point, so she had a short conversation with Nimrod just about the Samira Nimrod situation, and then obviously they talked very briefly about him basically saying that Viera should look after Samira, and she said the same about looking after Layla, and the others, and
Yes.
that was it, pretty much. And he said that I think the summary was that they would talk when we all reconvene, basically, which was going to be in a while. So.
Yeah,
Be in a
and
bit.
before they left, you guys got your sending stones.
Yeah.
Layla.
Yes.
Later,
Yes. And then there was a little bit of like kind of a nice thing where we went out of the town and trying out eagle forms.
That actually happened
before
retroactively on
that-
the 24th.
Before
Ah!
that, Viera
Fates.
came back from chasing
Did
Nimrod.
you just make a Homer Simpson sound?
Yeah, Viera
Yep.
came back after chasing Nimrod to
Go-
find Cassius in the tavern with a drink in hand,
Yay!
having
Drinking.
seen off Layla. And we had a brief conversation. Nothing specifically important, I don't think was mentioned, but it was filling you in on what had happened with Nimrod, and then also just kind of talking about our plans going forward to keep your mind off things. More than anything.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then we headed out towards the forest.
Yes. Correct. And there was a you well shifted, I guess, into an eagle form.
Nope, polymorph.
No, polymorph. No, you polymorph
Polymorph.
because that's how Cassie
Because
found out
that's
that
how
they can
Cassie
also do
Yeah.
polymorph. And Samira summoned a totally not creepy griffin thing, whatever the
Yes.
fuck that is.
Yes.
And subsequently also fell off of it and almost came to a horrible end on cliffs.
Yeah.
But
You
Luckily,
gain
that
some, you
didn't
lose
happen.
some, yeah.
yeah, that didn't happen. So, and there was quite a bit of conversation, and at which point also Cassius mentioned a certain name, at which a certain person with white hair barged in the conversation, and we got a bunch of info about exactly what a certain undead dragon was doing. Not that that's any of our business, but we had nothing to do with it. So we got the information that the dragon is beelining to an island that I've written down is kinda bad, quote unquote.
No shit.
Basically
The island kingdom of Aralantha. It's the
That one.
Trinity where the Mantle of Power is.
It's it translated literally because Aralantha is Old Elven. So Viera would know it. Is Trinity of Fate.
Yes. And basically that is where the Mantle of Power is, and it looks like the dragon is intending or looking like to bury down into the crystal to get something, the Mantle of Power out. We're not entirely sure what's happening there, but at least to siphon off power to grow a Tree of Pain towards the sun. And, that's not good. And we got the information that we could probably try to find the Guardian, which we totally know who that is.
Yeah, that's the red-headed woman on the water.
Told you she was important. And she is sleeping underwater.
I never
we
said
were
she
like-
wasn't important. I just said you don't want to drown there.
I mean, fair enough. And basically, we got the information also a little bit about the Mantle of Earth, that we could also try to get his help, but he's not doing so great because he got a little bit sick and now he's hungry. I've written down hungry 4 souls, ?
I've written down hungry in capital letters.
Hungry.
And wandering to eat.
Wandering, yes. And actually also we got the information that that Tiffany is pretty sure that the mother is responsible for most of this shit. With this shit being what exactly we don't know, but yeah, probably she's just a little bit misguided. Yeah, okay. That's what you do when you're
Yeah,
misguided.
she's apparently cute while
Evil-minded.
feeble-minded. Yep.
What? Who is feeble-minded?
The mother is cute when she's feeble-minded, so she's not that bad actually.
The mother is cute when feeble-minded. Okay. I did not.
That
write
was
that
a
down.
statement, yes. That was a statement actually in factual, like, actuality made by Tiffany,
Right.
which holds so many connotations, implications, hints. But yeah.
I mean, there was also a lot of connotations with an earlier fact that I totally skipped over, but that Tiffany, or at least Viera already seemed to know it, but Tiffany is not the mental of life, but that she's acting in her stead.
Yeah.
That you cannot really give away mentals, and mentals are not really, passed down or something, but you can divulge some of your power. You
I
can
also
act
love that
in their
Viera
stead.
still didn't talk about the exception.
Shush.
Yeah, man. Moving
Spoilers.
She gave all the information that's there that she knows
Yeah.
because she shares all the details with her friends.
Yeah. She doesn't, omit anything ever.
And no, of course not. Why would she? And we got the information that a shopkeeper, just a random one, knows how to wake up the Guardian. They apparently had some kind of falling out.
Random shopkeeper, yes.
Yes, a random shopkeeper. And Tiffany thinks that actually this guy is the one that put her to sleep. But he also, important to note, he did make a promise to help with something, and he apparently kind of found a way around of this promise deal.
Well,
Or way
promising to
around.
help is very vague.
Yeah, but we also don't know exactly promising to help with what and do exactly what, so probably was a...
Yeah, but I mean, you could argue that him roping you into this whole mess ultimately means that us as a group are now trying to help solve this situation too, and that is helping. So that's technically not breaking your promise.
Or he found a way to break promises. Who knows?
Possibly.
Or he's just immune to the whole mechanic of promises being broken in the first place.
Possibly.
Possibilities are big.
Conclusion, he's a dick.
Yeah.
There, and then also Viera, she casted divination, where basically she asks a question on how to wake up the Guardian so she can help prevent the dragon from growing the Tree of Pain. I think that was the question. I don't know exactly what the question was, but probably like waking up the Guardian to help with the situation with the dragon and the mental power.
I don't have exact wording, but it was essentially to ask, how do we awaken the Guardian? And
Well,
Furore
specifically
In order-
awaken
yeah, but
in order to
specifically,
help. It
yeah.
was in order to help
It was in
specifically.
order to help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Furore responded by producing a human skull, not menacingly at all, just
Human-ish
randomly a human skull appeared.
No, it was pulled from the soil beneath you. That was
Yeah,
the
exactly,
implication.
but that implies that like some random body just got desecrated, but sure, no. And she caused roots to grow around the skull to create what appeared to be a crown, suggesting the Undying King,
Presumably. It was also a human-ish skull with elongated fangs.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
It was.
I didn't
It
pay attention.
and after that, it's a whole bunch of blank space. That's where my notes end.
Yeah, well, you're not far off the finish line as far as my notes are concerned. I've just got one more thing that, as a group, we conclude we should discover more about Yis and what's going on with the father and the son. And part of that is that Viera can ask 4 more questions before day 4. Day 4 is when we might as well wait for the wind walking items to be finished rather than set off now on our own. And the only other thing I've got is that Viera sent a sending to Layla telling her about all of the stuff that we had learned in as much detail as she could with 25 words.
Which is a lot, huh?
About
And Layla basically responding, "I already know."
Yeah, no,
She
she, no,
already
she, no,
knows,
she said,
but
I
yeah,
know.
it-
That
it
was
was
two
about
words,
the
I know.
Guardian. It was about yes. It was about the dragon, and it was about the mantle of power. To which she responded, "She already knows about all of it."
She didn't say already. She said, I know. 2 words.
Yeah.
And
That
That's
was
where
it,
my
right?
notes end, so.
Yay! Not a train wreck. Amazing.
Yeah. So, let me put it onto the map. So, we were having the discussion of the 4 days, where before you decide what's going to happen, right? So, mind you, so let's start with Samira and Viera, and your amazing investigator skills.
Oh, yep.
Because I want you to actually break this down for me. I mean, quote unquote, break it down for me because it's really not that complicated. But I want you to describe to me what this looked like, right? As you.
Well, first of all, we know the individual's name, don't we?
Do we?
This is what I'm trying to establish because
No,
I
we
can't
don't.
remember as a player what my
We
character was.
don't know.
I thought we knew a first name.
No.
No.
No. We just know a guy has the heart in town.
With a
A
golden
person.
heart, yeah. Yeah, a person
Yeah.
with a golden heart, yeah.
Yeah, but there was the implication that he was running some sort of business.
What?
Huh?
No?
What?
No?
Because didn't Yis say something about like he wouldn't move his shop there because that would complicate?
Because it
Business?
would be rude. Not
That would be
compli-
rude.
It would be rude.
Yeah, exactly. But rude implies that you're then overstepping into someone else's territory, not just in the same town.
I mean, that could be a shopkeeper, but that could also be kind of like a big boy in the university.
Yeah,
Right?
it could also be
Like,
just
it
someone
kinda-
in the, like we talked about, the council.
Like it could. That's
Okay.
definitely something I thought about, but because he said this, like it would be rude, but it might also just be because that would be too close to this person.
Yeah. Also just
I don't
could
know.
mean that the person is just very hostile.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So yeah.
Yes is very good at being very fucking vague. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry to disappoint, but we have absolutely nothing.
So
Well, we don't have
the
nothing.
notes I got from the two of you was the way you're gonna look for the man with the heart of gold is that you should just wanna walk around and ask about him. So I want you to.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking
yeah.
Scooby-Doo
That's like
gang.
50% of the notes, like that's a last resort.
Okay, so
we're
how?
gonna go around with locate person, locate object. I think.
Yeah, that was also one of the things you wanted to try. Yeah.
I think it was locate object because that's a spell
Yes.
I now have access to.
I literally have nothing I can do here. I told you, I am not.
So locate object, because you're doing this across 4 days. I'm gonna give you locate object gives you nothing. Because I assume you're going for the golden heart. If you're going for something else, please, enlighten me.
Yeah, no.
Yes, two things. One, there's no fucking way that he can shield that heart from being shown unless he is also shielded from magic entirely. So
Yeah.
she is basically going to walk around with detect magic running. Secondly,
Which magic shielding also shields, right?
Locate object is a divination spell. I want to point this out.
Yeah, locate object is. So is any locate
Yeah.
spell is a divination spell. But she's also by far and away the quickest way to do this is locate creature. I think.
So what kind of creature are you trying to locate?
And it's also divination.
Which is
It
also
is also
divination.
divination. But you can describe or name a creature that's familiar to you.
A creature with a golden heart in its possession.
Yeah.
That's a description.
So, considering, I'm not even gonna make you roll on this because you have actually items in possession that actually block divination spells. So,
Yeah.
not picking up anything gives you 2 outcomes potentially. Whoever this is not here. Whoever this is found a way to block divination.
Yes. Except you've forgotten the one thing it can't block.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And this is subtracting a question. No, it's not, because those 4 questions were before we got here. Viera does also have the divination spell,
Okay. Yeah.
and she was going to ask for the identity of the individual who currently bears Yis's heart.
Ahaha!
That's
Oh,
something.
That's different. That's different.
Yeah. That's wise.
Who are you asking?
Ooh, I'm gonna go with the father
Oh.
because it's a 100, and she's gonna word it explicitly so there's no
Will
room
you
for error.
go to the actual temple for that?
Temple? Yes. If she's performing the divination, she would do.
Are you going alone?
Yes. I'm assuming the temples are open all hours of the day. Do are they open 24/7 or do they close?
No, they are open. The Father's is open 24/7.
Yeah. So she would go at like 2 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, let me dig up because I haven't prepared this, but I do have a picture. Just gotta find it in my folder.
And obviously I have to, the downside is I have to spend 25 gold's worth of incense to do this. So I will just deduct 25 gold.
You can easily gather that. That's an upside.
Yeah, but we're in town now already. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got 25 gold's worth of sage berries I could prepare, but honestly, 25 gold's nothing. So.
It's peanut change.
Yeah. When you guys find out how much gold I've actually got, you will be like, what the fuck? Okay. This is the temple.
Yes,
Wow, fancy.
Very modern.
it's very clean, symmetrical.
Is it white marble? Or
It is.
granite? Or...
It's white granite.
Okay.
Actually, no, sorry. It's white marble with the stone in the middle with accents of black onyx. So
Okay.
basically, the altar
Yeah.
is dead center. It's a perfectly square building outside. So
The
basically,
other thing I am gonna do, because I'm familiar enough with Cassius's black shard dagger, is compare the materials of the altar with the dagger.
it's not. This is actually black onyx.
Okay.
Right. However,
Yeah, sure.
I want to point out that behind you, the structure looks exactly how it looks here in front of you, and to the
Yeah,
left and the right.
symmetrical.
It's
Yeah.
completely symmetrical. It also looks bigger on the inside than on the outside.
Okay, is that magical in nature? Do I know that? Because I can sense magic.
I mean, even without sensing magic, the space doesn't make sense. So yes,
Right.
outside, you know, see inside, it's like good, like you can like judge like a good 100 to 200 feet on the inside, from side to side. Outside, it's like 30 by 30. It's 10
Okay.
times bigger on the inside.
Yeah.
easily. So
Yep.
again, you going with Samira or?
This is at 2 a.m. So unless Samira.
Yeah, apparently not. No. If you don't ask me, then no.
Apparently
But it's
not.
like, are you asking her, or is like Viera doing her? I'm the lone wolf thing again.
Given the haphazard way this came to me, I'm going to say that this happened in the dead of night when she was sitting up awake like she normally is, just mending her gear and keeping up all her kit and stuff. And she just suddenly thought, shit, I can fucking ask questions. And she just got up and went to the Temple of the Father. Because I don't think she would think she needed Samira for that. She's going to ask the question, find out who it is and where he is, then take Samira.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 2 a.m. in the middle of the night alone. In
Awesome.
a foreign city. What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
Yep.
No one to help you when you get downed. Yeah.
So, describe how you perform the ritual.
Obviously she has met the father before, or someone she believes is the father. Whether
Yes.
that is the father now is another question, because of them being removed from timelines and whatever. So she is going to kneel at the altar. Presumably there's nobody around.
No, it's very quiet. Unless you call out for someone, you would be hard pressed to find a person.
Yeah. So she's going to pull out like a small bowl that she's got for the herb gathering and crushing for her potions and stuff, and she's going to burn the incense in that bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, she's not one for any of the kind of modern reverence when it comes to deities or gods or people like that. The only god she cares about isn't in this world, as far as she's aware.
Yes.
So she is going to burn the incense standing at the altar, not bowing or kneeling or anything like that. As if, I mean, we've discussed this plenty as well amongst the characters about contacting the father. So there was no kind of special ceremony when she spoke to him in the tower. She's going to picture the tower, picture the father as he was then. Whether that's still the same now or not is relevant. And she will have a couple of vague thoughts of kind of the mother and Tiffany, about the Tiffany's obviously met the father too, so that's another connection, if you like. And then she will focus her mind intently on the father himself to ask this one specific question.
Okay. Give me a second. Do something quickly. Oh. Come on. Load. Today, please. Thank you. Amazing. Awesome. So, it's difficult to tell the passage of time within this temple. There's no clocks, no, sounds. It's very quiet. It's very somber. However, as you sit there and focus in front of the altar, you can sense there's a stop around you. You don't know how you know this, but you know that if you were to walk outside, the world would be frozen in time.
This is something I've experienced before, isn't it?
I don't think so. You've never called to him. So,
Okay,
as far as I remember, you didn't have this experience at all.
sure. Yeah.
And then from behind you, you hear, like polished male shoes on marble footsteps.
Mm-hmm.
Because he seems to apparently amuse himself of like actually walking into the room instead of just appearing.
Yeah.
And you turn around and you see the father. Very much looking the same way he looked when you met him the first time, except Ginny now actually pulled out the original picture because she doesn't have to be afraid of copyrights anymore.
Yeah. All good.
The robes are very much like Christian Bale in Equilibrium, of that like half robe, half suit, very strict, no actual expression, very dispassionate, whitish golden glowing eyes looking at you, and there is no like the way he looks at you, it's not human, right?
Can I insight check him
Yeah.
to see if he recognizes me?
Yes. Roll me insight.
You have no fucking hope of this. But you never know.
Oh, holy shit, that's actually really good. Yes, he does.
Okay. Presumably, I've asked my question already.
I would say you are about to, like, you were basically drawing on, and this is when, like, time stopped, and you burned incense as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You actually have a clear indicator the time stopped, but the smoke is frozen.
The smoke is paused in front of me.
But you can still freely move around.
Sure.
And I also want to point out that the sound that his shoes make are weird. Weird in the sense that if time is frozen, sound should not travel. But it's like almost like he's carrying his own bubble of time with him.
Does it feel like the sound is perhaps somewhere else?
It's more like centered on him.
Okay. Because obviously she would pick that up very keenly.
So he looks at you, clearly recognizing you,
Mm-hmm.
and he puts his hands, like crosses them behind his back, almost like a teacher or fatherly figure. Pun not intended, actually. And as you're not standing at the moment, he looks down at you. He's a very tall man anyway.
I know, she was standing the whole time. I mean,
Okay.
apart from like leaning over to burn the incense, but then that would have been a 2-second thing.
Okay, then, but he is still way taller than you are, so he does look down at you.
He was originally anyway. So.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I can't do the voice acting, but in his very smooth, deep voice, he says, "You have a question?"
Oh boy. Do I have a question? Yes. Thank you for coming. How best to word this? Because I'm not restricted on words. I know that much. My friend and I seek the current bearer of Yis's heart to warn him away. So that we can prevent a friend's promise from having to kill him and supply the heart to Yis. Can you give me the identity and the location of this individual in the next 7 days so that we can warn him?
He thinks about it.
Shit.
His name is Artagel.
Okay.
He is like you, not from this world.
So,
His location varies. At the moment, at least. And over the next 7 days. He's like curious about why 7 days exactly.
because that's the nature of the spell divination.
Yeah.
It's within the next 7 days. You have to.
Okay, fair. They stuck it to the like Earth Week equivalent. Okay, never mind. He's not curious about that then.
Yeah. Yeah, you can only ask about an impending event or something happening within the next 7 days. So that's why I worded it that way. Okay, that's more than I had to go on than before. Thank you. If you're up for another question while you're here?
I'm not here because of the spell.
I didn't think so, somehow. And therefore, knowing this question isn't part of the spell and isn't likely to fail because of it. She will ask if there is there anything you can tell me about Ys himself that would help you or the Guardian specifically?
That is a very vague question.
It might be a very esoteric piece of knowledge that only you know.
The answer is too complicated for me to put it into words. He's hesitant, like almost like he has learned a bit more about how to communicate to your kind.
Mm-hmm. Can you give me a thread to follow? That I might
It is
uncover
of no
the rest
consequences
of the
to my plans and my purpose. As how he could be useful to the Guardian. This is something that you have to ask her personally. I prefer to stay out of their relationship.
I can see why.
No, you can't. He smiles. It's not a warm smile. It's oh, that's what people do when they talk, right?
Yeah. Gathered. And I guess before I push my luck too far, why did you come to the temple without necessarily answering the spell itself?
It is my temple and you called for me.
Do you answer everyone?
No.
Yes, therein lies why did you choose to answer me in your temple?
Curiosity.
I didn't expect anything else.
You are anomalies in my world. It makes me curious.
I mean, Vera has 1,000,001 questions, but she's also aware that she doesn't want to. Asking too many questions could be a bad thing, if that's an easy way to say it.
He will raise an eyebrow, and he's like started like kind of pacing around the altar, just like looking at the various items you laid out.
Mm-hmm.
And he will give you actually a bit more human smile and more like an amused grin.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, will not explode your head.
That's very kind of you to say. I do know that asking dangerous questions can have dangerous results. I guess the only pertinent question I have particularly right now would be what happens if the Tree of Pain is created by the dragon in Arlanthria?
He kind of reaches into his like pocket watch pocket,
Mm-hmm.
which his robe suit has, and pulls out that it looks 2D first, right? Flat. But then as he turns his hand over, it unfolds into these rings within rings within rings within a blinding shining sun at the center. And he checks it almost like a person would check a pocket watch. And as he spreads out his palm, it like hovers above it. And it kind of, you know how you have these animations where you have like a mechanism and then like it gets blown up and zoomed in?
Mm-hmm.
So like he stretches out his fingers and his palm, and these rings just detonate around you, right? Like zooming in rapidly. And he looks around, and you recognize, because you have like had a few times this like vision of being pulled out from where you're standing into like a more overview.
Yeah.
And you've seen drawings of how the world is built. So what you recognize you're looking at is basically a mechanical model, almost like a, you know, like a heliocentric mechanism, right? With rings and dials and measurements, and very similar to the top of the staff that you have for the 4 artifacts, but like way more complex. And you start recognizing the layers of the world. Basically, it represents in a very abstract way how the world is built, right? And you kind of get an innate sense it goes beyond just a time measuring device, right? But in this moment, you get the feeling that he's looking at it like a person would look at a pocket watch. I'm telling you OOC, right? Because Viera has no idea what a pocket watch is.
Yeah.
And he looks at it and then condenses it like by, you know, pulling his fingers together, and it like collapses into his palm, and he like tucks it away like a man would tuck away his pocket watch. And he ponders it, and then very like dispassionately says, I would have to reset everything again.
What would that mean for us who were not here the last time you reset?
You might be here, you might not.
Stop the Tree of Pain. Gotcha.
It is not your task unless you make it be yours.
Well, I know the resetting comes at a price, and it's something that you would rather avoid if you can. Because I
Not
know...
yet. There might come a time where I might consider avoiding it, yes.
Is there anything we can do to help Tiffany in her goal to stop the Tree of Pain that we aren't already doing?
There are many things you can do, many variations, many options, many paths, many decisions you can make on a daily basis, sometimes even second by second. That would be one of those answers that would probably explode your head.
Can you give me the best thing we could do?
That is a very, he tilts his head to the side and thinks about it. And it's like, that is a very subjective measurement. I don't deal in those. Borrower did not lie. Your best bet is probably the Guardian.
And by extension, the Undying King.
I don't think he's too keen on the Tree of Pain either.
No, I don't think so. At least
But
that's what I'm betting on.
I cannot say I am privy to his thoughts, especially since he found a way to exclude himself.
Is that why he can choose not to honor a promise?
Oh no. He cannot even begin to choose to try to honor a promise. Nothing he does or will ever do will last.
I suspect that knowledge would vex him.
He doesn't have a comment to that. He just looks at you.
Mm-hmm. I think at this point she would thank him for coming. Her other curious companions may have their own questions soon. And she's erring on the side of caution and wisdom here as to not try and push things too far.
I may or may not indulge him, depending on how inane the questioning is.
Of course. Thank you for coming. It's been helpful.
He disappears without a warning. It's just like you blink
Mm-hmm.
and the incense is just moving and he's gone.
Yeah, and she's just gonna pick up the bowl and head outside, and once she's in a side alley gutter of some sort, she'll tip the incense just into the gutter.
Yeah.
And head back. Boy, oh boy, oh.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, you literally spent not even a full second talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a
Sounds about
split
right.
of a second. Like no time
Yeah.
passed whatsoever.
Apart from the journey to the temple and back again, basically.
Yes, so it's like still in the middle of the night.
I think we're all in separate rooms, so to just get back to our room and then have a breath and settle down and go to sleep.
Yeah. Well, are you telling them the next day what you're doing, what you did?
Not telling Cassius. She's gonna take Samira aside and say I've got a new lead.
Okay.
This is one of those situations where it might be better not to ask yet how I came by this information.
Alright.
The answer is that it's an extremely reliable source.
Okay, yeah.
The person we're looking for is called Artagel.
Artagel, okay.
He's
I'll
also an
spell it out for you.
outsider.
Sorry, what did you say?
She'll spell it. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
He's also an outsider, like us.
Yeah.
The thing I don't know is any specific location. All I can tell you is that his location is going to vary a lot over the next 7 days.
Well, we have a name, so that's something.
Well, I figure that's probably enough in a town of this size.
And it seems to be a very, yeah,
It's not
a name that's
common
not common, is, yeah.
Yeah, unless we find out there's 10 people whose name is Artagel, but yeah. So there's that. It's more than we had to go on before.
Yeah, that's definitely incredibly helpful, yes.
And I think the easiest thing to do is to... Yeah, you're better at the, like, talking to random people about asking random questions in towns and finding out information.
Okay, yeah, we can, do you want to be rather very subtle, as in we just go on a night out and try to over that?
I think so. Cassius and I have had a few jaunts away and about and stuff. I think it's time you and I have one.
Yeah, we can do so.
Night out.
We can have a girls' night, exactly.
And I mean, that in itself is making me a little bit kind of cautious, actually, because I know he's already feeling abandoned.
Yeah, we don't want that, but he's been throwing himself into study as well, so maybe we can time this right.
Yeah, I think we need to get him to make it his suggestion that he's just going to stay inside and stick to reading this new stuff that he's got. And we'll be like, okay, we'll leave you to it. We're going to go out and have just a quiet girls' night out.
Yeah, we don't want to bother him.
Studies. And we'll have to play the convincing him card that it was his choice.
Yeah. That's fun. Not okay, but yeah, we have to do that. That's true. All right. Let's see what he's doing first of all when he's up.
Yeah. We can go from there, but I still think this is the right choice.
Definitely.
Removing this individual from his potential path.
We don't want to risk any of shenanigans.
No. Just as a side note, Jenny, Vera is going to send a very quick sending message to Layla and just say, do you know anyone by the name of Artagel and how we could get in touch? Because she's from the school, she knows a lot of people here. And she would throw in on the end of that, or does Bertram?
Basically, I'll not formulate it. It's still within the 25 words, but she will let you know that neither Bertrand or her ever heard about anyone of that name.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
it crosses that checklist, so it's probably not some important figure in the school. Otherwise, they would know.
Yeah.
And
I hope
Vera
it's not.
will
I
share
hope they
that.
don't have a fake name. Like, did you know if it's their name or are they going by that name?
It is definitely their name.
Okay.
Whether they're going by it or not is another question.
Let's hope it's somehow connected.
Yeah, I mean, I think, let's face it, if you had the heart of a being like Yes, you would have ears everywhere
Also true, yes.
for any mention of someone seeking you.
Mhm.
So I think we also need to be careful in the sense of we never go anywhere on our own from this point on.
I think that's been the general theme for the past few weeks, anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
And I guess that is the kickstart of our search proper.
Mhm.
So how do you go about it?
We want to do
Carousing.
carousing. Yep.
Carousing. Okay. Well, carousing it is. Carousing.
I forgot the rules of carousing.
Yeah,
What
it's
is?
fine. I opened it up.
Yeah.
So
I have no
the
idea
question
what they are.
is, do you want to go lower, middle, or upper class folk carousing?
I think it's best to do a mix.
Okay.
Is a mix possible? If so,
Well,
yeah.
no, you have to
Okay.
pick one. You're already like
Then
doing less.
middle might be
No,
the
what
best.
I mean by
right?
mix is we'll start with lower class first because beggars and stuff on the street tend to see and hear more than people give them credit for. So we'll
So,
do lower class
I want to
first.
ask the temple thing. So you did the first day with the locate stuff, and then the second day you did and then the night of that you did the father talk, right?
Yes.
So now you're
this
on
would
day
be-
2, right? So you have 3
Day
days left
2.
before you have to make the decision, right? So
Yeah.
I will suggest, because we're doing this on a daily basis, that you do 1 day lower, 1 day middle, 1 day upper, all day.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest by a mix.
So please deduct 31 gold total, because 1 gold is for the lower the day,
yeah, that's
5
fine.
gold for the
Okay.
middle, and 25 gold for the upper.
3 platinum.
Oh, you're taking over. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I've
Thank
got
you.
Money lying around. So.
Then you're doing this together, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, who is gonna carry the role?
Samira is doing
And
the
you're
questioning
helping.
and I'm assisting.
Okay,
Okay.
good, because this is gonna be an advantage roll. So,
If you hold on that. Oh no, never mind. Yeah. Carry on.
So I roll 3 advantage persuasions, or what is it?
so I want to let's start with the lower and the middle class. Okay, you
Uh-huh.
are rolling persuasion with advantage. Yes.
Okay, let's see. Oof, that's a bad one. I might actually use my fate point on that one.
You have made 1 allied contact.
No, I don't. Okay, yeah, 1. Okay, 1 allied.
1 low, like
1
yeah,
low. Yeah.
1 low. We
Uh-huh.
will figure out who these people are.
Yeah,
Once, yeah.
We can roll this outside. So.
Yeah.
Then for the middle one,
That's. What the
it's
fuck?
also 1 middle.
Uh huh. Yikes.
And then for the noble, you can do 2 rolls. You can do the deception skill first to pass yourself as a noble from a distant city, from out of town,
Uh huh.
and even use a disguise kit if you want.
Wow. Okay.
That's better. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
not bad.
And that means I'm gonna actually lower the DC by 5. So roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay.
Okay. Let
Good
me.
thing it wasn't the first
Social
one.
carousing without the social person.
Fuck off.
You have made 3 noble contacts.
Okay.
Hey, that's pretty
Yeah.
Three
good.
noble contacts. That's
Yeah.
nice. That's good.
Mind you, these because you only spend 1 day. Because usually
Mhm.
carousing check is a weekly activity, right?
Yeah.
It's a full-on 10-day activity. So these are all gonna be
Very shallow,
low
yeah.
loyalty,
Mhm.
right? You just met them, they know
Yeah,
you.
they're
Right.
very much acquaintances.
Yes, yes, exactly. So now let me actually open up the table of people. Give me a second, because it's a file that's a bit further hidden back because I'm an idiot, didn't pin it. Give me a moment. GM was not prepared.
The link to the NPC generator you have in the contacts vault, but what you roll exactly, I don't remember really.
No, I'm not rolling anything. I have a list.
Oh.
I have a list.
Mm-hmm.
So, amazing. I actually do have to roll for the lower one. Medium, upper. Okay. So, give me a sec. Ignore the loyalty. The loyalty will be 1. But yeah, and I'm gonna roll up the NPC.
Yeah, the loyalty would have been 1 anyways with that roll. Since it's got proficiency, connection, and loyalty.
Okay, so this is your. I'll put it into the thingy.
Contacts vault, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for translating it into English. I deeply appreciate it. Actually, I mean it, like, full on. So, 1 contact. So, here is the link. Her name is Matilda Ashglade. She's 80 years old. And the lore 1 / what do I roll? 3-1. Okay. Bam. That's the wrong.
You put it in the wrong way.
God damn it.
You put it
Cancel.
in the resources, yeah.
Delete.
Isn't it connection, loyalty, and no connect? Isn't it like in our sheets we have proficiency, connection, then loyalty? So wouldn't the 1 be a D1 anyways?
Oh, loyalty is at the end. Yes, okay. Then it's
Yeah,
the 4.
loyalty is
Yeah,
at the
okay, yeah. Thank you for pointing this out. I forgot. I thought loyalty was at the beginning. So yeah, it's 4,
No,
3,
it's
1.
4, 3, 1.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. That's for her. Then the upper. Sorry, the middle.
She believes that all elves are planning to destroy the world.
I was
Cool.
going to say this one's like that's gonna be Vera's best friend.
Yeah.
Roll me a d20, please.
Me or okay.
Well, yeah, you're making the.
Luck is just on my side.
What is going on with your dice today?
I didn't do the recap. It drained all my luck.
Yeah,
It's 9 times out of 10 I am the first one. That's why it drained all my luck.
yeah.
Okay. The second one is a halfling farmer. Middle.
class halfling farmer.
Mm.
Yes. Cora Mugwez. Cora Mugwez. Give me a second. 6, 7, 1.
Ooh, that's high.
Well, all of this shit. But
Yeah. What can we expect?
And then roll me 3d1. 3 times. Give me a second. I'm gonna need to check how many there are. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, just roll me 3d20s.
So that's 13, 6, and 12.
13, 6, and 12. So let's go with 6 first. 6. Okay.
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Pasting the second one. The first one. Then back to the roll. What was the second roll?
12.
Jesus
He
Christ.
lives with a succubus. Nice.
Don't judge. Confirm. There we go.
Last one is 13, by the way.
Thank you.
So 50% chance of surviving.
Hey, this is not lore accurate. Like all your new contexts are very old, and as we all know, Vera hates elderly. So
This is why Samira was doing the talking.
Yes.
true.
Pay
Fair enough.
attention, Avo. Pay attention.
I will resume my silence.
I mean, you can talk. But, you know, if you shit talk, at least shit
I-
talk
I-
accurately.
I was also eating, but you know.
6, 7, 1. And then... And not all of them are old. Otherwise, I will take offense on the old... No, it's the last one. There you go.
But he's hideous. And allergic to gnomes.
Of course, ignore the deities. Those are all inaccurate, right?
Yeah.
And probably the plot hooks, some of them.
The plot hooks is not something you necessarily know, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Seems good to me.
Good to meet you.
Mind you, I would actually have to roll for the female rock gnome Jura. She fell out of a window.
survived?
Yeah. I will just rule that she did fall out of the building, and you caught her, and that's how the story started.
Hey,
and
he
that's
looked
a
into
loyalty
each other's
war out of it.
eyes.
Come on.
Yeah.
I saved her life. Oh, if you want, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, it went better than the last person that fell out of the sky before us.
Oh.
Rip that one dude.
Could have saved him.
I still knew you. I still remember you. One unnamed person.
Yeah, no, I'm suppressing that memory.
Could have saved him. Never mind.
Yeah. No. Splatter.
Anyway, there. Those are your contacts. So, what are you trying to figure out?
The gel.
Where Artigel is, and who he is, and how we can get hold of him.
Hello. I'm looking for this
So just
specific
for my
person.
basic interest, Lena, you don't have to give me the exact wording, but how are you going about asking this?
You asked the right person.
I'm looking for this friend. But
No.
don't let them know we're here.
No, you can't. You can't help.
Also,
Well,
I really tried.
that was not
because-
necessarily trying to help. That was trying to.
Samira is better at these things than Lena is, so I would let you guys help with suggestions.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just shit talking. So
I mean,
never
we-
mind.
Through some
Part
other.
of this is that we do want him to find us.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're
I guess
looking
just yeah.
we're looking
yeah,
for
I
a
guess-
friend in town. Artigel, do you know anyone who can direct us to it?
Yeah, basically, just not like mid conversation slip in. Oh, by the way, we're in town, kind of looking for this person. Have you maybe heard of them? We haven't been having luck.
Okay, so none of them heard the name.
Mm-hmm.
We could point out we know it's not somebody prominent at the school
No,
because we've already asked there.
have we?
Have
I
you?
have. Yes.
Oh, did you
Have
tell
you?
me that?
Yes,
Have you
I
told
you.
me? Because I heard, you asked about Artigel at the school.
I asked about Artigel at Layla, and she said neither her nor Bertram has heard of him.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but you
Which
didn't
means
actually
it-
go
it-
to the school and ask
No, we
her.
didn't.
Okay,
But Layla and Bertram are from the school, so
Yes.
it's not a lie.
okay.
We have asked people at the school whether they know of anyone called Artigel, and the answer was no.
Yeah, okay.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a day for sneezing, it seems.
It was more of a repressed cough, but
Yeah. COVID cough.
no. Well, at least
Anyway,
better not be.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway,
All right, so I, at Vera's direction, I passed that on as well.
so they have never heard of somebody called Artigel, and they will actually even ask you if this is a first or a last name, which you actually don't know. And
I would say a first name.
but it's a good
Because-
assumption.
Because when you ask for the identity of someone, they don't give you Vera Ithilday.
Yes,
as the-
normal people don't, but we already concluded
Yeah.
that.
I'm assuming he was smart enough to know not to blow my brains out with answering other
Yes.
questions. So he's smart enough to know that I'm interested in
However, I
information.
will point out that people will ask you if this is a first or last name, right? They,
I'm sort of assuming it's like Samira being Samira, no last
yeah,
name.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then once they they will also okay, can you describe them? Maybe they know them, from the looks.
Oh, well, it's been many years since we've spoken to them, so I'm not sure quite what they might look like now. They've grown up. So.
Remind me, Abel. Did
What?
you tell them that he carries not just the heart, but also the eye, one of the eyes?
That's new information to me, so no. I
Really?
literally,
Spoilers.
spoilers, literally
Sorry.
just know
Shitty.
that
Sorry!
Give my regards to
Shinny.
the man who stole my heart.
I couldn't quite remember. It's been 1.5 years, you people. The original conversation, right? That he had. Okay, never mind.
Oh,
So-
with Yis like
Yes.
there and then.
yeah.
No, I think that was also like that. Like literally, someone stole his heart.
Okay. It's been a while.
Maybe I have something in
been
my
a while.
notes.
Because for some reason I had in my head that he knew that that man carries 2 things.
No. As far as Cassius is aware, like that's the guy that stole the heart.
Okay.
And the rest of the pieces are probably scattered around.
Then never
Like
mind.
that's an
So
assumption.
you
on his
guys
part.
actually have no fucking clue what he looks like
Nope.
and have no details that you can describe. Never mind. So it's been a while. You basically none of these people can help you with that.
Okay.
Do me please a final let's call it I will let you choose what you think is appropriate here.
For what?
Both of you, and you can have advantage because the other one is helping.
For what?
But the first contact you made is a beggar.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, beggars have a certain way about being in the city, seeing things.
Seeing things nobody else
yes.
pays attention.
So you made a contact with her, but I want you to make some kind of roll to see, because you had the loyalty thing is very low, but I want to see how much of an impression you left, and based on your roll, I'm then gonna decide if something else happens on top, and I'm gonna leave it to you what you potentially did to endear yourself to this person.
For a bunch of gold.
It's really easy, yeah. We're paying a good sum of money for information that would help us get into contact with this.
It
She will-
also says that she enjoys.
a large okay, yeah.
Go on. Go on.
No, go on first.
That was Viera's attempt. I just because it says that she enjoys tavern brawls. So maybe the way Samira got to know her is due to tavern brawl, and that's why she got her.
So,
Respect
but maybe
somehow?
she took her out, because
Yeah.
I can tell you right away, she would have refused, flat out refused a large amount of money.
Yeah.
What?
Who does that?
A beggar that refuses money.
Yes, because this beggar is part of the Beggars Guild, and one of the things that you do is you have to beg for money
Yeah.
and small
so
money.
what I was going
And
to
you're not really a
offer
beggar
is
if you're suddenly rich. So
yeah. What I was going to offer is going to have a brawl with her, and my role would be intimidation alongside her.
if she can bet on you in a fight.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I have to pull out something else for carousing. It's not carousing. It's what is it? What is it called?
Cage fighting.
Creating a nemesis. Okay, yeah.
Wait. There is a certain thing. Pit fighting.
Yeah. Pit fighting, yeah.
You're gonna do a pit fighting roll here.
Okay. What's the
Okay.
roll?
Only 3 days into town already pit
will-
fighting. Alright.
The DC is secret. It's decided randomly. I roll the dice. I have the DC. Okay. So you have to do me 3 separate checks.
Okay. What are those checks?
First one is athletics.
Uh-huh.
Roll it. No
Okay.
advantage because Viera is not helping you. You're
If I'm raging, I get advantage.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 success. Okay. Dexterity acrobatics.
Oof. Okay. Also, don't I get 4 acrobatics as well?
I mean, if I know she's going into a cage fight, can I not give her
Give me a second.
enhanced ability?
I mean, yes, but you calling it out after the fact, because you have multiple things you can choose for the enhanced ability.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything particular that helps me with my decks.
I will allow, as an exception, because we have not played for a while, to give her enhanced ability to give her advantage of dexterity.
I would know that her raging gives her bonus on strength anyway,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't.
And that she's not that dexterous, yes.
Yeah, and it's a fight, so the only other thing that's relevant would either be Constitution or
Yes,
Dexterity.
and this is why I'm allowing it after effect next time in advance.
Well, I would probably do Constitution. So.
Oh yeah, I mean
'Cause
she
you
also
don't-
has to roll a Constitution check next, so
Yeah, exactly.
pick
So
one.
I would have done Constitution. not
Okay.
Dexterity.
then roll me acrobatics without anything. Okay, that's a failure.
Okay, I will use my fate point to reroll that.
Ooh. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, no.
Boo!
Oh.
Boo! It's still a fail.
But
Okay.
and a final Constitution check.
Check.
With a bonus.
You get
Um,
advantage for enhance ability.
You with a D12 on top as a bonus.
Ooh. Ooh, okay. Okay. Plus 1d12. And advantage. Oh, well, should I roll the d12 separately, right?
Separately, otherwise it will roll the D12 as advantage as well.
And the d12 is this one here.
Yes.
9.
Awesome. Yeah.
Nice.
So this
So I get hit a lot.
I'm giving you getting paid 100 gold.
Yeah. Ooh.
Like,
so
Because
what is
everyone
what I-
bet against you,
Uh-huh.
and the woman was like, bet on yourself, and she bet on you as well. And
Yeah.
basically she gave you, actually you didn't bet on yourself, but she bet on you, and she won a whole bunch of things and basically gave you.
Yeah,
No.
so what happened is I hit hard. I get hit a lot, but I'm very hardy with the 26 con, so I just
Resilient. Mhm.
Yeah.
I
You
just
basically just
burrow
take
through.
the punishment until the person
Yes.
can't throw any more punches.
Yeah, basically you
Exactly.
exhausted them into giving up in the end.
Mhm.
Because you also
Um,
get 2d6 temporary hit points, which are
Yeah.
what they would have to get through
Yeah.
first.
So basically, because you performed like an awesome fight and got her old blood pumping, right?
Nice.
And because she like did a massive win on you, she will give you 100 gold. And 3 days later, like when you're like basically about to give up,
yeah.
you
yeah.
will get a message from a kid that looks like a street kid. And be like, Matilda sends me. And the message is that she doesn't know anything about the man you're looking for, but there's a man looking for you and following you wherever you go.
Ooh.
He has one blue eye and one golden eye.
Yeah, that's him.
All right, I tipped a kid with a silver.
Because beggars are million eyes in the city.
From that, Viera would obviously remember that Yis has a golden eye and a scar on one eye.
Yes. Actually, one of his eyes, because Viera, with her high passive, would have noticed that. And I think I pointed it out to you. The left eye looks... they look discolored with each other. They're not exactly the same color, mind you. But yeah, he has a scar on the left side. But this man has a golden eye on the right side.
Nice.
The plot thickens.
All right, I let Viera know that keep an eye out for someone following us.
Oh, well, that should be easy enough. Leading them down an alleyway.
Yeah, you
And
just do
then-
your stealthy thing. I just continue walking, and you double up. And we pincer move.
Or you do invisibility because you're undetectable.
Yeah, but I'm not very stealthy. I can do invisibility on you.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Although I don't think I would need that, to be fair.
I can still do it. Just
However,
to be sure.
what I'm gonna do now, before you continue, because I've just realized I don't have his sheet on this game, so I have
Break?
to log out. I'm gonna do a early break, you people.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, poor Arbel's been sitting here for the first entire half.
Oh.
and doing
Oh,
notes intensely.
Myself.
Oh,
Girls'
Wow.
night out. Girls' night out for 3 fucking days, apparently.
Oh yeah,
4.
100%. Yeah, like we got you lost in your books, so
Yeah.
that's fine.
You're doing
yes,
research on the Undying King, research on the Mantle of Power and Guardians.
we're doing you next.
on
We're
the
doing you
Prophets.
next.
You're doing a fuck ton of
as
research.
if that is enjoyable for Cassius.
Yeah.
Alright,
He's
sure
just
it is.
doing it because you guys are dummies, so...
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we're concentrating our best resources on the best tasks at hand, aren't we?
Exactly. I'm doing what I'm good at, which we're just getting beat up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And abandoning Cassius, that's also what you're good at, apparently. Proficiency.
Okay, break time.
Break time. Alright, we're back.
Okay.
Okay. So, you now just found out that a man with a golden eye is following you. The
Yep.
golden eye is on the right side. Left side is blue eye.
Mm-hmm.
From the description, he looks in his 40s.
Right. He's an old man.
Silver fox. From the description, you would say silver
Okay.
fox.
Old man.
Okay.
So what you doing with that?
All right. What we talked about is that Samira just continues walking as Vera, preferably invisibly, but double backs, and we're gonna try
I don't
and
think I need to.
Yeah.
We're going to create an alley trap where he's
Yeah.
following us down the alleyway. One of us diverts, goes around the back,
Mhm.
and then he's in the alleyway, and we're at either end.
Yep. So basically, pincer move.
Okay. This is not.
And Vera's gonna be the one doubling back because she's stealthy.
I'm open to suggestions as to what kind of role that would be.
Stealth.
She's
You're
stealth,
trying
and
to
if I have to do
sneak in
something,
here?
then I'd be doing deception. I think.
It's a mixture of deception and stealth.
Yeah.
Because you're doing
So
a
what you're
fake out.
saying is it's a skill check.
I mean, it's
It's a
just
deception check from Samira to keep his interest, and it's a stealth check from me not to be doing.
yeah. Okay, yeah. You both roll your individual things.
Okay. Can I buff myself?
It's your move, yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna enhance my.
You can do whatever you
charisma.
think you need to do in order to pull this maneuver off.
Yeah. Eagle Splendor, enhancing myself. Do you want? You can't get invisibility at all. Concentration. Okay.
I can do enhanceability on myself anyway. I can
You do you.
Dexterity stealth.
You do you.
You do you.
I do me.
Alrighty.
I just gotta log back into the game first because she kicked us out.
I did warn you.
Mhm.
Man, the chili I made is actually, the more warm it up, it's better.
That is chili.
I made chili con carne.
Nice.
All right.
Not terrible.
Mhm. We're about in the same round.
Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Love that. And we get the question marks.
Oh, you see it now. Interesting.
Yeah, we see the question marks now.
Oh,
Mhm. I'm gonna screenshot it so you can see as well.
I can see it. I can
Privately
see
roll
it.
some dice.
Oh, you can see the question mark thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you actually are aware I'm rolling something. You just don't know what.
I
Yeah,
mean,
before
otherwise
we could
we would
even
hear
hear,
it here.
yeah.
Yeah, we would hear the.
Clack, 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 yeah.
Oh, you always hear the dice roll, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how we always knew you were writing something.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's our
Interesting.
spider sense.
That's your spidey sense. Okay. Yeah. Viera. Perception.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Although technically I'm tracking him, so I would have advantage.
Well, then roll with advantage.
It is with advantage, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Is he humanoid?
He is.
Question mark. The mystery abounds.
Well, fuck my life, Archangel. Like, what the fuck is this dice roll? Oh my god. Anyway. Nobody follows you into the alley. The alley stays empty.
What the fuck?
Yeah, of course they wouldn't follow into an alley. Like that's a trap. Okay,
if the alley stays empty, then I just assume that they'll afterwards check out what the fuck we were doing in an alley. So I leave behind a scrap of paper if we wanted to talk.
You leave a scrap of paper.
Yeah. If someone came upon it, they won't see it as they will see it as something random. But I'm gonna add just basically as dash S and V.
Oh, damn it! I need Ross to be awake for this.
You can always pause here and cut across to Cassius.
Yeah. Poor Abel, yeah.
What? Huh? What's going on?
You're gonna be a nerd now.
What?
You're gonna be a nerd now.
Yeah. So, research.
Okay. Okay. First, where's my planning document? There's my planning document. Okay. Because no one else started this, but the Cassius will first actually go into the school. It's like all their, the kind of like the procedure was done, the introductions. And he will start the process on the pearls, right? Because nobody did that on the first day.
Yeah.
And he will also
You were doing that.
Yes, and he will also start the request for some scrolls for the later transcribing, as described, and the saddles for giant eagles.
Should I leave my steed behind with you to get a saddle done?
He as far as I've just written down for 2 giant eagle saddles, but
yeah, and I have in my own stuff added also along with the giant eagle my griffin saddle.
Yeah, well,
we'll do the inventory stuff later.
Later.
Okay, so on the first day, Cassius will actually not start researching, but he will try to attain a contact. So he actually will also be carousing.
The first day is us being weird.
Because you were introduced to people in the school already, so technically.
He wanted to get a contact at the school, like specifically at the library, to help with further research questions, also later down the line. So that's what I wrote down for the first day, is carousing for 8 hours at the library.
You have access to the library, so you basically have whoever's working the day in the library is your contact already.
Okay.
Because the carousing would not give you a higher loyalty. No fucking way.
Right.
I can tell you, because if you want to do a proper carousing check, you actually have to spend 10 days on that. Right.
Okay, well then, there goes that one.
But you've already got a contact in the library anyway, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then I guess the research moves upward, and the first day of research is on the Undying King. And a focus on a possible connection with the figure known as the Guardian. So that's from day 2, but it moves up to day 1.
Do me an investigation check for the Guardian. And but don't there is a downtime activity called research. We're gonna do that.
Okay. And actually, are there people available in the library to help with this that we can hire or request aid from?
So it costs you 5 gold.
Okay.
And that's like fees, bribes, gifts, other expenses, right? Whatever falls under, what you need to pay for. And you make so you can get a +1 bonus for every 5 gold spent. Up to +6 maximum.
Are you changing the 50 to 5?
5, yeah, 5.
Okay. Yeah. Because the OG has 50.
Yeah, but this is the downtime research is for 10 days, like full.
Okay.
I'm doing divided by 10. I'm doing like
makes sense.
Yeah.
My bad.
So I can get a +6.
Yeah.
If I spend 60 gold.
Well, 6 times 5.
Hell yeah.
6 times 5.
6 times 5. So okay, yeah. Hell yeah. 30 gold. Nice.
And I would say it's not just an intelligence check, but it's actually an investigation. So, investigation check, if you spend, that's 30 gold, right? Yeah. 30
Yeah.
gold plus 6 on top of that. So, roll me investigation check with plus 6.
Nice.
I would be very disappointed if you failed.
And I'm sorry, roll it again because you were supposed to get advantage because this is a well-stocked library.
Amazing.
Gonna roll on that one.
Shush. No.
So, there is not much information of the Guardian, right? However, in relation, very obscure knowledge, and you're getting only a teeny, you would usually get like 3 pieces of lore, but like, because this is very obscure, I can tell you like the DC is 35, right? What you get instead is that in connection to travelers, aka outside worldlers, right? Occasionally, some of these outsiders had been recorded to gain higher levels of power and basically call themselves the guardians of the world. Elected basically to become almost like a protector because they came here, they fell in love with the world and decided they would become a guardian. And that's like the one instance where you have the word guardian, right? In any relation that would make sense for you.
Okay. Right. And that takes the full 8 hours?
Yeah.
For the research? Okay. Then I'll just go over the research, and there's like other things I want to do in between with Viera and Samira, but I'll just go over the research now and do the rolls, and then step back. Then the second day will be on the Undying King.
Okay. Is it just the second day, or are you gonna switch to something else for the...
Okay, well, I mean, I can do day by day, or I can do all the research rolls first, depending on what you think is wise.
Well, I mean, how long do you intend on spending on researching the Undying King?
Depends on what I get in 8 hours. That's because the Undying King is forecasted at least a little bit more pertinent than the Guardian specifically. And if this is what he gets after 8 hours, and it's like... Are
you paying for this as well?
For sure.
Yeah, then do me the same roll with advantage, please.
I'll deduct more money. Investigation plus 6 advantage. I will spend my fate points. Yeah, fate point. That's the one. And then it's a single roll, no? Or is that also with advantage? I forget.
You repeat the roll, so...
Yeah, you repeat, yeah.
With disadvantage, whatever.
Okay.
Okay. So, one thing you find relatively quickly, on that day, is Vecna. Because at some point somebody has noted down outside world knowledge that has been brought in, and this school kind of like has a big collection of all kinds of usually not normal knowledge, including what outsiders might have brought in from, you know, entering the world in a similar way that you have done. And you actually get a book that is kind of the librarian will explain to you. This was actually donated to the collection by the founder of the school herself, Queen Vitalis. And it's a reproduction of a story of an eyewitness who has seen, like an outsider who has seen these murals in real life. Of course, they tried their best to like reproduce them. They're just approximations of what was described. But basically, it is not so much words, but a tome of these like images. And these are like the reproductions of what effectively amounts to the story of Vecna becoming Vecna. So it starts off. It's beautiful. By the way, the pictures are these like, it's like I want to point out it's like an A3 size tome, like really big, and the paintings are actually oil, right? And it's bound like a book, but it's because you know it's not printed. It's like actually handmade. But it's bound into this like huge tome. Like you could kill a person with this. It's like super heavy, right? And the pages like are also heavy because they're basically stiffened oil on canvas, right? With like back stiffened, so you can actually like flip through it, page by page by page. And they're like nicely like they have this like painted frames around them, It starts off with depicting a boy and a mother in a city that you don't recognize. It looks like any generic fantasy city with a wall around it, there is actually a note along one of the walls that calls it the city of Yamberis. I'll give you the name. And you can see kind of like the painting depicts what seems to be like a boy with his mother on a hill outside the city, and it looks like she's either like producing like magical, like you can see like these like magical like multicolored lines it's like indicating, implying, and mind you, the librarian will also give you additional context to explain what is depicted as they are, as they know about it. Basically teaching the boy magic. That is like the common interpretation of the painting, that she's teaching the boy magic, and you can see this like illusory butterflies. And then you flip over, and then it's the same city in the background, but on the hill there is a pyre, and the mother is being burned alive, and you see an angry mob around her, and you see the boy being held back by the guards and kind of reaching out for her in anguish. And the librarian will explain to you that she was burned by the people of the city, by the pious people of the city, for witchcraft. And then it goes on. The next part is the boy, like in like a story, but basically taken by a rich-looking individual and his wife. And the same crowd kind of handing who was angrily burning the woman, handing the boy over. And the couple is kind of pointing to like a spot in the city, and there's like the same painting of the city, but there's like one of the houses is a bit like not as blurrily painted and a bit more detailed, right? They're almost like pointing out this is where they live, right? And it shows him, and basically continues the story, like showing him the loving embrace of what you can assume is foster parents, right? But it then turns out in the good story then turns into the bad story of, well, the caretakers turn out to be abusers who are beating him and threatening him. You find the scene very reminiscent of your own childhood. You basically, the painting is capturing such a moment with the child on his knees and seemingly in the middle of scrubbing the floor, and the man above him raised, like, you know, the woman on one side kind of like berating him with a finger, and the man above him raising his hand with a whip in it.
Amazing.
Then the next painting kind of shows like the boy having grown into a young man, and everything good happening, you know. It basically continues with like something good happening and then something horrible happening, crushing whatever good comes to him, right? And you know, it shows him finding a friend in the household of the noble, and then both him and being whipped for it, and the friend being exiled. It shows him casting the dancing butterflies like his mother taught him, right? And then him being put into a tiny dark dungeon in the manor's basement. And so basically it shows like painting after painting the story of worlds determined to crush the spirit of this boy, right? And him not giving up, him still continuing. And then finally shows the boy as a young man running away from the manor, running away from the city, but enjoying a caravan. And you know, you see this like joy and freedom, and it has this like lightness of colors. And then the next one is like literally a study in red, as you see the caravan having been ambushed and slaughtered by bandits, and him just narrowly escaping with his life, right? Then you can see another painting with him, like in a series of painting with him finding shelter in a cabin with an old man that suspiciously looks like a druid. It's like, what the quinkydink, right? And then the druid dying to the cabin being burned down by a folk of nearby, you know, folk from nearby villages, and another angry mob, basically. So it's like, it's all this streak of bad luck that almost looks like a curse, right? Like almost the gods themselves have conspired to make this boy's life in particular as miserable as possible. And so, and then it has like a little time skip, and then it's like no longer a young man or a boy, and he's now, you know, shown as a man, meeting what seems to be a wise man or a powerful wizard from the clothing, right? And the wise man's features are kind of obscured, and kind of blurred, right? Like almost like the painter didn't actually know what they look like, right? But it's more like the robes and the staff are more clear, and which is then like, which also leads to the conclusion that it's probably a mage. And there's like a look, almost like a wizard tower in the background, like a structure that also you don't, you know, recognize. But it's from the surrounding area, it looks to be far away from the original city. Like the mountains and nature and stuff look different, right? But this time it doesn't show anything bad happening. But it uncovers that the wise man eventually transforms into like an enormous serpent beast. And it shows the coils of that serpent span the entire valley and beyond. And like with almost like the body itself like wrapped around the world itself. But yeah, so basically the story continues with multiple paintings showing him like in a series of, you know, both being taught by mortals and ancient beings alike. And most of them kind of turning out to be some kind of corrupted or weird or like evil looking thing, right? And him like constantly being like shown small in the background and slowly transforming, and with each painting growing bigger. Like it's almost like a play in perspective, like showing him physically growing bigger as a symbol that he's growing in power. Right. And kind of also like the librarian explained that this is also showing that this transition didn't take just a few years, but hundreds of years. Like this passage of time as he was learning to become whatever he is becoming. And then in the final stages of that, one of the paintings show him to break the shackles of death itself, turning himself immortal, like only the most powerful wizards can. But then the next painting shows the opposing, because it's always like, you know, the theme is always, it's like a pretty painting and then kind of like uncovering, quote unquote, the ugly truth of that, right? Or the ugly side effect, or the ugly background, or, you know, whatever, the ugly secret. So basically the next painting shows how he achieved that immortality through lichdom. Basically the skeleton, you know, the skeletal sunken mummified face with the crown on his head. And then it's showing how this now powerful lich, gaining even more power, amassing followers and armies. And that's mostly shown by like represented in a growing number of said armies in the background of the changing landscapes, you know, basically indicating that he's still traveling the world. But the story of his specific followers, like it shows like specific people are being pointed out, right? One of them being shown as being born a half demon and a mob of people not unlike those who had burned his mother in the first paintings. Basically, like librarian explains that this is depicting them demanding from him, like from the lich, to kill the boy because he's a half demon child. But instead, the lich frees the child and takes him on as apprentice and kills those people instead. And then basically time after time, you can see him show like some story showing how, and here's a bit a role reversal. You see like the bad, ugly stuff, and then the good stuff kind of being that he is saving these people and creatures that have been deemed ugly by society and taking them on. So you have like stories of individuals that have been taken on and became his followers. And eventually, basically, the librarian will say that, like, after 1,000 years of this journey, you see him returning to his original city, and his army is laying siege to it. But keep in mind, this is like 1,000 years past the time he has left that city, right? Anyone, like, basically, the librarian, like, the idea from what he understood is that, like, anyone who originally was responsible for his mother's death is long gone.
Long gone, yeah.
Right. But still, he lays the siege to the city, and there's, again, a negotiation going on where, like, basically, he negotiates with the officials of the entire city, and they offer him, like, wealth and you know, whatever he wants to, like, spare the lives of the citizens. And the officials kind of offer their own lives. And it shows how he gives one of theirs to one of his lieutenants to torture and murder them before the eyes of the officials. And then still unsatisfied. Like, basically, it shows him taking more and more and more and not being satisfied with, like, no, this is not enough to calm his pain. Right. And in the end, he basically slaughters all the officials. He starts slaughtering people from the city and starts stacking their heads before the officials who are still alive and watching this. And only then, once he like was done with like basically slaughtering the entire city, was he satisfied and granting them mercy, letting them survive and free to leave in the aftermath of a genocide, basically. And then again, you have a series of paintings showing like the Lich growing ever stronger and beginning to conquer more territories. And kind of like almost like depicting him like he's like started his ascension to godhood. And it's like shows that his empire was vast and spanned almost like, you know, like a lot of lands. But it also shows him basically eventually when he seems to have achieved something akin to godhood, him becoming disinterested in his own empire, leaving it to his lieutenants to rule in his stead. Until that very and then basically the final pieces are shown one of his lieutenants kind of growing, almost like the librarian explains, growing tired of his disinterest and, you know, and challenging him, and they fight. And the story shows how, and if you flip back, you will recognize him as one of the people he actually, you know, the story earlier on. You also see like in that story how he like that person who challenges him became his lieutenant, and that you know, this Lich actually gave him a sword as like a, you know, for his service. And then you see them fighting, and you see it's like the battle is epic. It's shown across several paintings, leaving great destruction in its wake, as both the Lich and his lieutenant wield unimaginable arcane powers, right? But ultimately it shows the lieutenant succeeding, and with its end, the Lich dark power crumbles into dust, and the empire, you know, crumbles, leaving only, and like the final mural, leaving only the sword, a pile of ash, basically both of them gone, and everything that remained of the Lich was his left hand and his left eye, both of them golden.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what you find out that day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then for day 3, do more research on this sword. And I'm paying again.
Mm-hmm. Roll it. You find nothing.
Shit.
I'm going by a certain DC like rather than the usual downtime activity rules, right?
Yeah, that's fine. The last day. The last day will be research on the mental power. And that's...
What are you looking for?
Oh, great. What am I looking for? Well, considering
I'm
that...
asking if you're just going, I'm looking for the mantle of power,
Mm-hmm.
or are you adding other things?
No, I'm adding with the information about this island, Alanthar, Trinity of Faith.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one. Another 24.
Yeah, give me a second. There's not much. You get a tiny bit. Basically, it's not so much. It is a city across 3 islands. It's called Aralantha, also known as the Trinity of Fate. Divided into basically 3 parts. The islands are named after the 3 parts of the city. These are the 3 parts. And basically, like a small comment that a number of people outside its boundaries of the city that know about it can be counted on one hand.
That know about the city.
Yes. However, there is a rumor that there's a page out there known as the map of the Hunter's Castle that shows the layout.
That is called the what now? The sorry?
I'll write it down.
Please. And that's just the rumor that this page exists somewhere. But nothing else.
I mean, you know exactly where it is. You have it on the map. If you're looking for where it is, you know already where it is. But in this note, you know, it doesn't mention. It's like basically, oh, this is this mythical island. And nobody knows about it.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I know where it is exactly,
Yeah.
but I was looking for more of a connection to the mental power specifically.
There's nothing mentioned.
It's nothing. Okay. I mean, that's my research for 4 days. I guess on the second day, Cassius will also try to, at least when they're done having their girls' days out, he will look for Samira and Viera.
We would likely be there during the morning, and the 8 hours will process from, like, we're going out carousing, that's an afternoon activity.
So you guys are there in the morning.
Yeah, we're here in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, probably around until like just before lunchtime-ish.
Yeah, and also on the first day when we were just walking around town trying to, with the locate spells, how long did we take for that? Just a
All
question.
day.
All day, okay.
I mean, it's,
All day.
Yeah.
But I mean, we'd have been back at the tavern for dinner time.
Okay.
And I would say that, like, we would say that we're going to be back for dinner if you want to do your research and kind of be a little bit late, and we'll do like dinner at like 8, 9 o'clock at night instead of 6-ish.
Yeah.
Then we can all reconvene for dinner late evening before then retiring to our rooms and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, so probably like after the first day, he would just like let them know that the process on all this stuff has been started.
I also want to point out, with the story of the Vecna the librarian, will not be able to hold himself back and have like a very smug, it shows the story of like how power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There you go. Thank you. I had to.
Blank face stare. Just
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's better than a dagger to the face. So
no, just but not portraying anything.
But as a player, I leave it to you how you want to interpret the story, because it can clearly be interpreted multiple ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
it's also an example of someone who's been put upon and downtrodden to the point where the only thing they can do is lash back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
Is another interpretation. So,
definitely how some people might interpret it.
yeah.
Anyway.
On the second day, he will actually on the
on
sorry.
the second day in the morning when we're available, Samir would say, why not just get the saddles now since I'm available, so you don't have to. Yeah.
Actually, because let's say on the evening when they have dinner on the first day, he will say like, okay, so I will start with some other of the research, sort of diving into some books tomorrow, but one thing I also wanted to try is go to the Temple of the Sun.
Yeah, you mentioned something like that, right?
Yes.
On the second day.
Tomorrow, yeah.
You're suggesting we go to the Temple of the Sun on the second day?
In the morning, yeah. That fits with your busy schedule.
I mean, I'm fine with it, yeah.
Because I want to try getting in contact with the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to what I tried before.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like you both to be there.
Yeah, of
Do
course.
you want us to do anything other than be there?
I mean, Viera, you were asking questions to entities before, right? With your to Furore, with the with your spell.
Yeah.
But
So that might be a possibility.
Yep.
What I wanted, like, I'm not sure exactly how we'll go, because the last time kind of like my mind scattered a little bit.
Okay.
But I'm hoping that if I'm in a, like, there it was kind of held back because of the room that we're in, because this room was kind of sealed off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but then we had the conversation, you and I, with a certain person that we both know in the forest, and she suggested something along the lines of trying it like later, like when there's more of him in me, sort of. But
Uh-huh.
okay, we obviously, as far as I know, we don't really have time for that. I want to see. It might be a little bit safer or stronger in a place of his worship, like a place
I
dedicated.
imagine it will be, just because inherently the connection there to him is probably stronger anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah, like with anything to do with something that's a deity level or a god level, you're hoping they respond. But we can certainly try.
Yeah.
And I know, Samir, for you, the whole temple business is...
It's alright. I'm here for you, and I'll come along for you.
Okay.
Well, the difference here is that they're not temples to gods, are they? They're
Yeah.
temples to...
They're not the people that I know.
deities.
Yeah, true. I mean, but I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. I'm not trying to
I
ask you
appreciate
something
that.
that you don't want to do.
Thank you for asking.
I would just prefer if you guys are there, and I don't know exactly how I'm going to be afterwards.
Do you think
Actually-
there's any kind of inherent danger in what you're about to do?
I mean, likely. If it really scatters my mind as it did, and I don't know if it's a good thing that it was held back by the room, or that kind of prevented me from any further contact. I also know it's a very chaotic entity in the sense that it's like not on purpose chaotic, but he's literally in pieces.
I mean, is it worth
I
us
guess-
being prepared in the sense that Samira can do calm emotions to maybe help calm you down afterwards
Yeah.
or something?
Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, it might be... I'm not sure if the time of day has an influence, but considering
I
that
would
I need to
imagine
do some...
high sun is probably your best bet.
Yeah.
But it might be the most chaotic on High Sun. Because the
Yeah.
sun also burns when it's the highest.
Yeah. I mean, he's up there all the time, right? Spinning around and doesn't... Maybe he's more calm at night, and it might be easier.
Maybe early morning would be a good idea.
I'm also just considering because I have a lot of research to do. So I find it really fucks me up in the morning.
In the evening we can do this, okay? Yeah.
So actually, I changed my mind. Sorry. Evening.
Well, why don't you get a day of early research in
Yeah.
so that, and I mean leave before dawn,
Hmm.
get your research in so that by midday you're done, and then we can do it like early afternoon so that it's not the fullness of midday, but it's also a strong enough connection.
What do you feel is the best? Because I don't know if you have some sort of instinctual idea or...
I think early afternoon's best because it's not the sun at its full strength, and the strength of the sun is waning at that point.
Mm.
So whatever effects it has are going to weaken quickly over time.
Yeah. Yeah, and
If
it would
has
also...
any effect at all.
I mean, it would also have the effect that if I start early and I do this, I will also have some time to recover before the next day.
Yeah.
Yes. You've got the rest of the afternoon to rest, basically,
Yeah.
because you've already done your research. I think that's your best bet. That way you don't miss out on research. You're still attempting to use the power of the sun to help the connection.
Mm-hmm.
But also it's at a point where if something does go wrong, the strength of that power is already waning.
Hmm. Yeah.
Assuming we even get to speak to them at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's... I think it's worth a try, at least...
Yeah.
Because I don't know how much in his state he is aware of what's going on with the dragon. If he can even do
Right.
anything, but I just... I would be remiss not to at least transmit this ID to him, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you guys have any suggestions what I can... I'm not sure what I can even ask. But...
I mean, this is an entity you previously told us that speaking to or communicating with, because you didn't even really communicate properly, was chaotic at best.
It's more in... The last time it was more in images. Like, I got the image
Okay.
of them being part of a kind of like automaton. Like Tiffany kind of explained a little bit that they put pieces of him in things that then could move on their own, and he was
You
kind
say
of...
his name and you pause for a moment. And then
or
maybe
not in the
like
forest.
Yeah.
So...
There's
From what
plenty of paper, aka trees around.
Yeah. From what I know of communication per images, it's hard to put anything
Into contact.
into words per se. It's very much abstract. So I don't know how much you'd get for your questions. I think it might be the opposite for how we have to be precise with the father. It's more loose.
Then in that case, I can just try to send him the images of what we know is, or what we think is going to happen with the dragon and the crystal and the tree.
Is it just images, or is it also impressions and feelings and such? Because that
I mean, it was definitely feelings.
Everything, yeah.
It was
Okay.
like there was, I could, when I saw the vision of when he was in this thing, in this automaton, like feeling the like fabric on the skin, feeling the sun, looking around and all the people, like there was definitely a lot of impression of feelings and impressions, ideas, experiences, like just a whole bundle of it.
Yeah, so it's more of a definitely more of a looser way of communication.
Yeah.
But that is also has its positives. So the intention is more rather than the strict words. So that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, but I mean, if you guys have any suggestions of what I could ask such an entity, would be welcome.
Well, I don't know exactly, but I don't really have any idea what exactly you would want to ask. But the only thing that comes to mind is, if we are too late and it routes towards the sun, can we do anything at that point?
Yeah. Possibly.
Because
That might be.
it's going towards him, right? So maybe he would know something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know.
I think my only advice would be you've got the night to think about it before you do anything tomorrow. What is your ultimate goal in attempting to contact him? Why him? As opposed to spending the day contacting somebody else, for example, that might be less chaotic and make more sense.
Good question, honestly. I just thought of it because there's the temple here, and
Well,
if he doesn't know what's going on, there's also nothing that he can do, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he does know, but
maybe ask also how much he, like, does he get the information from his connection with you? Like, how does that work? How much does he realize for that connection?
Well, the problem is that you've
That's
never had a coherent, I want to say, conversation, because it's obviously just been images.
Yeah, because we know that
Coherent conversation so far, so you don't know whether you've had any kind of coherent discussion before.
Yeah, we
no,
know
not
from
at
a
all.
previous experience that the crystal in you reacts when we speak about something.
Mhm.
Yes.
So how
mean, it is-
exactly that works with the big body in mind?
It is aware for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was not necessarily. Honestly, it was not so well thought out, and it's good that you posed this question because it. I was just thinking maybe because this is like a point of I don't know, strengthened contact or something, that I could try to get something coherent going, because
Yeah,
the last
and-
time
and-
it was just
I don't
mean,
think that's a bad thing to
yeah.
think of, but is now the right time to do it? Is that not something we do once we've averted whatever we can avert?
If you would like to have a less connected with the current situation, more of a private, I guess, conversation, I'm glad to be there, but just think about what your goal here is.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
that's also valid. When else are you going to get the chance to have a temple to him?
Yeah,
Well, keep
sure.
in mind, the plan currently is we're going to go to Yes. We're going to presumably deal with him, as in make a bargain of some kind.
I'm already done making bargains with this guy. I just want a result at one that's on the table.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But then once we're done with him, my point is that the plan is to come back here anyway.
It's true.
So it's not like we're leaving this place and never coming back.
Sure.
We might find ourselves in a series of urgent, chaotic requirements to be in other places. But at some point that too will end. And at some point we will come back here anyway to reconvene with the researchers.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
This
we
makes
just
sense
can't,
as the place to reconvene because we've both split into two paths now, and as much as I'm invested in this path with helping him resolve whatever's going on with this guy, I don't particularly want to use his name. I still have an investment in the other side of the group too.
Of course.
Right. Yeah.
The only thing, because you mentioned question that just came to mind, the crystal in your back and the crystal at the mantles is the same, right? So what is the connection there?
I mean, it's all parts of him. It's shards of him.
So I'm just curious why he's containing and what's the deal there.
Why he's containing the
Yeah.
you know, the thing in there.
Yeah.
Good question. Also,
Maybe that's your first question for him.
that might be the first one.
Why are you containing that individual or that entity?
Yeah, and if we can strengthen those crystals so the dragon can't go through.
Yeah.
If these are his body parts, his pieces, then maybe he knows something about, that.
Actually, yeah. But that would be a good one to find out now instead of later.
That's why I wanted to bring it up.
That's actually a good one.
Yeah. But that's my point. Like, I'm all for going to talk to him if we have relevant stuff to do with what's happening right now. Otherwise, it's a conversation for when we've dealt with whatever's going on currently.
Yeah, but I think that this is a valid point.
Yeah. Well,
Like that, if he knows of a way to, or at least first, like I can make a guess why he's containing it, because it's bad news.
Yeah, but maybe there's further detail that would be relevant and helpful.
Yes.
Maybe it's not bad news. Maybe it's for his protection against the dragon.
Yeah.
No,
Other entities. Who knows?
I mean, that's possible.
No, we're guessing it. Yeah.
Maybe he knows of other buffers, other traps, or something like that who, I don't know, are relevant.
Diversions is what we really need to buy time for Tiffany and the Guardian and whatever to get away and sort themselves out.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe we can strengthen that somehow. The containments.
or a strengthening, or exactly what you say, a diversion. We can
Even if
lead
it's
it
just a
off its
distraction to keep its
third
attention
path.
off.
I mean, you have a peculiar mirroring of that situation, but just tinier. A seed of the thing and the sun surrounding it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a way we can use that. Not you. I don't want to risk you, but maybe somehow make that a distraction.
Oh, I was already preparing myself to be bait for a giant fuck-off dragon. Like, amazing.
Not you. No. But if we can somehow, I don't know, like a pool of mirrors, just one to another to another. It's just I'm just brainstorming here.
No, good points. Good
We
points.
should at the wall. See what sticks.
Something that like this, the strengthening, or something to buy time at least.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be a diversion. That could be something else.
Yeah.
Or it could be my head explodes.
No.
Oh,
I think that's
Don't
only
worry.
going to happen if you ask silly questions of the father, and he might do it on purpose a couple of times.
All right. Yeah, different person, different mental. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think you should do the exact opposite to keep that happening. Don't expect something very precise, otherwise you would get
I don't think I'm getting
spiked
any...
for brain.
Yeah.
Keep it loose and fluid.
That's my game.
I know.
Okay.
All right, sleep on
enough
it.
So
Okay.
you
Enough to
actually
think about
okay?
it.
Yeah, think about
Yes.
it. Are you
Yes.
actually going there?
Yes.
Thank you, because I just spent the entire 20 minutes we were talking to each other actually making a picture for it. Because I
Can you
can't.
imagine if it was like, so are you going there? No, actually, we changed our mind.
Yeah, I would do the Sheldon paper throw thing again.
Yeah.
So fine. It's like, not that I care.
No.
Baka.
He will in the morning. He will approach the others and basically confirm that, asking for, or at least warning, and then seeing if he knows a way to strengthen against what is happening, or creating a diversion if he knows of a way.
Yeah, I don't know if you have how the time situation works out, but also just general idea of what's going on there. The context is
An
always
idea
important.
of what's going on is, I think that's harder for him, because he cannot really focus in one place.
Then would he
so
remember prior? Like how that came to be?
Oh, I mean, I'm not sure if that's a good question to ask, because if it was really happened, he was, murked by the father, so,
Okay.
and, who'd over there in the sky and everywhere else.
No. Did that happen simultaneously with the island thing? Because I don't know.
That might be more of a question for the father.
You know
Yeah.
that already because I told you the creation story. The murking of the sun happened in long ancient times before
way
anyone
longer.
ever.
And the
Because-
mental power is like that he
Because
pulled it down.
the two moons and the sun are literally shards of the sun, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, that's like way earlier. And then the mental power is, okay, it's still a long time ago, but
Yeah,
more
not
recent.
simultaneous though.
More recent, and that was the shattering, right?
Okay. Alright, so no ASCII about that, T.
No.
What?
No ASCII about daddy, indeedy.
Okay, you're going to the temple.
Yes.
So you see the city outline, right? Unlike the Temple of the Father, which is like basically on a square. On a square. Fuck my life.
Is
What?
it a 4 square or a 2 square or just a square?
Is it a quadrant? Is it a rhombus?
Don't make her angry. She's gonna explode my head.
Elshush now.
It's actually tucked into a corner towards the cliff, right? It's actually built into the cliff. So basically carved out of the stone. and you enter into a little foyer, and basically they will ask you what you want, and if you want, like, I want to pray to the sun, they will like show you to like a side room where you get to disrobe, take a quick wash to make sure that you're clean. You get white robes, and then you get led into the hall, basically into the part of the temple where you can pray to the sun.
We're along with you, right?
I mean, this is kind of just like, let's go.
Yeah, I will definitely come along.
I mean, it's a private thing. So basically, if you want to enter, they will point out to you. You can do it one at a time, but not at the same time.
Okay, then before you go in, I'll just grab your hand.
We're here.
We're here. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be fine. We're just outside, and I cast Death Ward on you.
Ooh.
If your head explodes, you're gonna be okay.
Ooh. Tingly.
Yeah. If you lose your mind and die, you're gonna be okay.
So
Comforting.
Yeah. I won't say the "you're gonna be okay" thing. It's just
I might
what
be
I said
insane.
prior.
But...
I'm just gonna wait for him to come out and then cast confusion on him.
Wow.
anyway,
Any case.
Anyway,
Yeah, definitely the old experience of also putting on white robes again. That's a little bit discomforting for him, but I'll pull through.
yeah, it's like a bathrobe, right?
Actually, since this is not concentration, I'll double down for you. You're getting enhance your wisdom. How's
doesn't-
wisdom?
It doesn't count for saving throws, by the way.
Not saving throws?
Nope.
No, checks.
It doesn't? Okay,
Nope.
my bad. I misread. Didn't matter.
very
Either way.
I don't use that.
Very little works on saving throws.
Yeah, I
But
would
hey,
know that
if
by
you
now,
need
but yeah.
wisdom checks, there you go. You have
No,
advantage.
I would by now know how enhance ability works, so I'm
Yeah.
not using that.
Okay. So
My bad.
either way,
Lena knows. Lena doesn't.
wearing the bathrobes, right? You are being shown through a door that leads you into a dark hallway. You can see where you're going because there's like golden light coming from the other side of the. It's more almost like the light at the end of the tunnel, kind of situation, right?
Yay.
But basically, neither Samira nor Viera, although they're standing like right outside, do get to see like a whole lot of that what lays beyond because of the length of the tunnel, which leads further. Mind you, despite this being carved from a cave, the ground, because you're barefoot, feels smooth and warm. And the air almost feels a bit steamy, right? Not like full-on sauna, but more steamy than usual. So basically, you then walk further forward, and what you step into. No, that's the wrong one. God damn it!
Frankie, this looks very similar to
Chill.
the Temple of the Father.
Chill,
Hello, Time
it's
Dad.
alright.
Didn't expect you.
Reload
Alright.
scene. Activate. There.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a neat temple.
Yeah. So you come. Well, let me explain. You come through, and what opens up before you is this cavern that is very visibly carved into the stone. At least the lower half. There's this like rectangular-shaped, longish pool, right? However, the thing that draws your attention immediately is the ceiling above you. And as you step out, you not only see it, you can feel it in your back, down your spine, because the entire ceiling is crystals like the one in your back.
Nice knowing you.
And glowing and reflecting into the pool below to the point where the water looks like liquid gold. So it looks like somebody found a cave with a cluster of these crystals and then carved the temple like beneath it, basically. And they explain to you, you pray to him by disrobing and letting yourself drift in the water looking up. It's a high, like almost like the Dead Sea amount of salt in the water, so like you float no matter what.
Yeah, I did like floating not so long ago, so I definitely know how that is. Right. And in this chamber, is there anyone else?
No, you're alone.
Cassius will go sit at the edge of the pool, kind of just looking up. And before he does anything else, he will use the sending stone to send a message to Layla. Just with the words, I love you.
Wow, you get and I love you too back.
He'll breathe to himself, take off his robes, and he will step slowly into the pool and let himself float.
Do you do anything else?
And before contacting, I cast Detect Thoughts on Crystal in my back.
The thing with the temple itself, the stone of the cavern on the side is almost like carved so smoothly. It's adding to this reflective impression where you have the reflection of the water, the reflection of the stone, you know, the tiles, the reflection of the facets of the crystals above. It's almost like you can see the shattered pieces and shards visualized in the very structure of these, like, what comes to mind is thousands of mirrors. And for a moment when the magic reaches out, like, the water's, by the way, warm, right? It's almost like you sink and you fall upwards at the same time. To the point that you realize that you're actually leaving your body. Like, you have this like out of body experience where you even get this like brief moment where you flip over and you see your body floating in the water beneath you as you float upwards. And then your very consciousness is shattered across the pieces, the connections, the links, the various paths leading through this massive, ancient, broken consciousness. Very similar to the last time you experienced this. Roll me a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Natural 20.
And
I will also add, sorry.
Very good, very good.
Better be safe, yeah.
Roll me. What are you looking for? In this moment, I'm giving you a semblance of control. A semblance. It's difficult. It's not like you're reading, even in a real, normal humanoid mind. You're kind of like feeling your way around because memories are not all stored in the same place, right? Connections. It's almost like, clicking the random button on Wikipedia, right? So while you have access to the knowledge, the path to it is not always like straightforward.
Yeah.
But this is a thing that is as old as the world itself, scattered into these pieces, which are beyond, your size to begin with. So it's like a massive neural network that's like where paths lead to dead ends and stuff. So it's very difficult to navigate. However, because you're in this cluster, because of your role, I'm giving you, like I said, a semblance of navigation. What are you looking for?
One question. When we got the knowledge about the dragon flying, we went to the island, right?
Yeah.
And did we already know it was already there? It was already starting the process, or
Yeah.
it was on the way? I forgot this part.
It was there.
It was already there. It was already digging
Drilling,
down
yeah.
into the crystal. And that's I also felt that, right?
Yeah.
So that's not a safe place to go, I assume. As it assumes.
Well, I don't know what you're looking for. I mean, like, if you're looking for, again, if you are looking for the location of the place, you know where it is.
No.
You don't
I'm
need
not
that.
looking for I'm not
Yeah.
looking for location. I'm trying to decide like where to focus his thoughts on to give.
But the better question is, what is your question, right? Rather, don't look at it geographically. Look at it
Yeah.
as in like you're doing a Google search, right?
Yeah. And then I'm feeling lucky instead of Google search. Yeah.
Yes.
He will pose the question of the Tree of Pain is currently at the Trinity of Faith, starting to corrupt it. What can we do to buy you some time to strengthen your power there, or to create a diversion? And that's like what we can do to strengthen your power there, to buy you and ourselves some time to help.
You don't get anything here because the concept of what you're looking for is a foreign concept to this entity. They don't think in terms of power or strengthening power or anything along those lines. And this is why I said, like, this is not a human mind. It doesn't think in the way you would think. And although something it does, you might, as a human, describe as power, this is a foreign concept to this entity. It doesn't think of itself along those terms. So yeah, part of kinda trying to navigate this is that you're trying to understand that they're beyond your understanding, right?
Yeah.
It's like trying to force yourself to think like a machine learning AI.
But I still have a connection to it. I can still ask.
Yeah, I'm
something
waiting
else.
for you to see what you're doing with this. You have a connection. Let's see where this goes.
I'm thinking.
And as Cassius is the mastermind and Abel is not, Sorry.
Wow.
I'm more than happy to
Wow.
accept suggestions from the other players.
Wow.
Well, no, I mean your character has a certain capacity that you, as the player, probably don't have.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, so I'm happy to allow Chris and Lena to give suggestions.
First is, instead of words, send memories and pictures. So send a picture of you imagining the break through the crystal with a feeling of fear. That's the first thing of the situation, basically. And otherwise, send a feeling of basically a memory of you or others supporting each other, basically, then in relation to the sun and the crystals. Basically, connect that into how can we help.
Like that doesn't help, Lena.
No. That's no.
No, that's strengthening. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Even something from those memories, you could learn basically. Oh, that's what support is, and wants to do this to me because of that fear. I don't know. That's my idea here.
At least send the idea of this, the drilling down
Yeah.
and the tree of pain.
Well, the thing is, if your thoughts go that direction, you get a distinct impression of recognition. The entity is aware of this happening, so you're not giving it any new information.
Now introduce a picture of yourself
Mhm.
and kind of how can you stop?
First of all, introduce that
or-
the drilling is a bad thing.
I mean,
It knows it's a bad thing. I
Yeah,
want
okay,
to point
it
out.
knows,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I put the image of myself and people like myself,
Mhm.
putting the drilling to a block, a halt.
Like an army of Spartans
No.
with shields.
I wouldn't do that. I would do an image of yourselves and the sun projecting images down to you, and then you going to block the tree. That's a clear indication not just of people are trying to help you,
It's like,
but
what can
the
you
sun
send?
is telling us what we can do to stop.
How are you imagining the stop thing?
Well, the sun projects images down to the people then realize what they have to do and
I think
stop
it's
the drilling from happening using whatever the sun has given them. And you could represent that just as a simple shape. The sun is giving you a shape of something, and then the people using that something to stop the drilling from happening.
Yeah. And if that doesn't work, you can equate a comparison. As in, compare what Chris just described with a memory of you basically, let's say, someone attacking, let's say, Viera, and you going to help, and that basically equates
to
to,
I think that would just confuse it.
Okay.
I think it's like adding memory of people, specific people that they don't have concept of. That's gonna be like, what the, like,
Okay.
yeah. I
Okay.
think
Yeah, which is why I would start by introducing yourself to the sun as a picture.
Well, that again, I also don't. I want to point out this is also not necessary. It recognizes you. You literally merged with it.
But then exactly kind of like the trying to get the sun from the main source to project images down in order to create I think Cassidy would just imagine it as like a something to cut out the roots in the crystal. So literally take them apart.
As you're imagining this, let's say something's like you cutting, sawing, whatever. And you're imagining yourself just like big enough in your head to do this. Something takes hold of that image in your head and starts shaping it, molding it, and shrinking you down. And this tree, this massive tree, right? And you find yourself the size of a mite, not even an ant, of a mite, sawing away at a massive tree. And you get the impression that you're too small and too weak.
Multiply that picture of one mite into hundreds of thousands of them that swarm the tree.
Yeah.
The picture
yeah.
changes. And it basically gives you a realistic estimation of the size of it versus all of the people in the world. It's barely a quarter of what you imagined earlier. The impression you're getting is that the entity is trying to communicate to you that this is an issue on the size of not normal mortals.
Can you imagine?
But then if I imagine the bigger than mortals, not myself specifically, but
sensing your question of what is big enough, you will get beacons representing the various mentals showing around in a circle around the tree. It's 6 of them, by the way. The number. Excluding the father and the mother.
Yeah, life, death, and the elements. I mean, realistically, the Mantle of Death has the power to stop this too.
The mantles aren't going to step in. We learned that last time.
Yeah, but this one's literally saying the only thing that is going to stop it is the mantle.
it's the mantles gathering.
Yeah.
I'm
You
trying
can
to bring
see
it
yourself. Roll me a persuasion check. Because it feels to me like he's really keen on finding a solution.
Yeah.
Okay. Sensing your need, like empathize. You can feel that it feels your need. It kind of almost like an effort to please you, to do something good for you, right? Something nice. It shows you. It turns the 6 beacons almost into temples. And then it shows you going from temple to temple. And bowing. And you get almost the impression, because again, you're getting impression and feelings and not abstract thoughts on top of the imagery you're seeing. So your brain is trying to translate something that is beyond your brain capacity, right? But basically, you get this impression of you need to go somewhere that represents these elements and gain the favor, a boon. And it basically shows you getting one boon, getting another boon, getting another boon, and putting all 6 boons together. And then that boon turns into a giant scythe, and you strike down and cut the root.
Draw each of the boons into a line and then put yourself at the start of the line and kind of start shuffling the order of them, of like, where do we start?
I was just more imagines putting myself there at the temple, like at this current temple, and then the relative positions of these beacons.
Yeah, or you can do that. Keep in mind, as a character, you have limited idea of topology down
Skill, yeah.
Yeah.
because that's not really a thing.
Yeah, you can do a basic top-down view of like.
Yes,
Just-
that's what I was going for. Like a
It's not letting you. You
specific
get still
location.
stuck in this image of the tree, right? With the little representations, temples around them, very abstract. But it's got a shuffles them, like it sends them around spinning for a moment, almost like shuffling dice, right? And then it goes the fire pings, then the water, then the earth, then the air, then the life, then death. In that order. And then all this disappears and you're kind of like floating in this like water, like golden water, like, you know, there's no surface, there's no up and down, you're just floating. And around you, the 4 artifacts show up that you've been looking for with Layla. The Brandanus map, the Sextant of the Worlds, the discs, and the last one. God damn it.
The compass.
Yeah, the
Compass of
compass.
the Shattered Heart.
Basically, the compass of the Shattered Heart. It's the first time you can actually see what they look like proper. All 4 of them. Basically giving you the answers, like if you're looking for the locations, you're already looking for the tools that can help you find it.
To get those locations.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then finally, as a final giveaway, those 4 items merge into one, into a person, into a girl, floating in the water with red hair and fiery burning wings. And then you wake up. And by the way, this impression was like the key to this all, you know, that will help you accomplish this, you know, is that person. And you recognize her, of course. Just less angelic looking originally when you met her. What you get the impression is that she walked that path before you. So she knows how to walk it again.
Right. You will float for a little while longer, just enjoy the peace.
It's very peaceful here.
And then get out of the water. And before he puts in the ropes, he will touch his own back where the crystal is.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of send an idea of thank you to it. Appreciation. And yeah, then he will put on the ropes and hold his hands and walk back to the others.
Alright. Cassius doesn't look panicked or anything.
No,
In that
like
case, you must
you-
be insane.
the best feeling I can describe probably to what you're feeling right now is afterglow. That mellowness, kind of like dazed relaxation.
Yeah, he will walk up to them and actually kind of like it's like his eyes are on the floor and he's just like thinking. Just walk up to them and I will definitely do a sub-spell thaumaturgy to make my eyes glow golden. And look up at them.
Are you okay?
Things I have seen. No, I'm fine.
Yeah, no, you're fucking with me. Yeah, you'd not start that conversation like this. You okay?
Yeah. Ooh,
A lot?
it was a lot.
Alright.
I can definitely recommend it. Maybe not the mind-shattering thing, but it's a nice pool. You should visit. In any case, let's go somewhere else. Have a drink.
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
Like, I don't feel really comfortable in these robes. Like, doesn't really look that good on me. Oh,
Also, they're not
So,
soaked
yes.
as well, so they're sticking to your skin.
Oh, you didn't
Yeah.
change back?
No, they gave me the robes before going into the baths.
Oh,
Now I need
okay.
to get my stuff from here. Come on, pay
I
attention.
also want to point out it's white robes, so when they get wet, they're like.
He doesn't care.
Not like we haven't seen.
Yeah,
no,
we
I just-
actually
I-
bathed together.
He doesn't care.
I just
It
like
only
pointing out-
enhances. It only enhances everything.
I just
Naked-
like pointing out details that if this would be a TV show, you would absolutely see those things, right?
Yeah, we literally bathed together, so this is not anything new.
No. It's like, yeah, but you get like, you haven't seen him like this in a while, so there you go.
There you go. I have that treat. Yes. It's my
When you say
my
you
gift.
haven't seen
my
him like
gift
this
to
in a
you.
while, has he been in the water long enough to become a prune, basically?
Probably.
Rip. I like the. It's not a good look.
Warm water. It's very nice. Come on, everything on me is a good look. Alright, let's get out of here. Close first. And bar. Then there's a lot. Let's go.
Yeah, you gotta dry your hair and everything is looking rather flat right now.
And it gets a little bit red. And then he goes and change and spends probably like 20 minutes on doing his hair.
No.
1 minute to don the armor. 19 minutes to don the hair.
Blonde
And I-
hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's easier ways to tell us you have a wig.
Wow. So natural.
Literally what it means. Use the right words if you want to do.
Those are the right words, but it's not a wig.
Donning is putting something on.
No, it's yeah. Shush.
Thank you for your secret.
Wait for 19 minutes for me. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I guess they go back to the inn.
Yeah, you're looking back in your usual.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
Let's get a drink first. There are some new things. We should take the drinks up and talk with the
Yeah.
the
see.
disc. Yes, please. So that leads them to gets a drink for everyone. He pays. And then leads them up to the room. one of the rooms.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter which one. Alright, Samira, you do the honors.
Sure. Throw it on the ground. Alright.
So, at first it was a little bit difficult to communicate. Definitely my mind scattered a little bit, but there was some control. And honestly, what I said about visiting, you should. It's actually really nice. But the whole ceiling, there's a pole, and the whole ceiling is made out of the crystal.
Oh.
And what I found is that definitely literal questions are not a way to go. So your suggestions about the feelings and the thoughts were very helpful. So thank you. And first off, he's definitely very aware of what is happening at the Trinity of Fate.
Mm-hmm.
There is no doubt about it. And he did show the skill of it. The tree compared to you and me were like ants, basically. It doesn't... Smaller than ants, even. It's unimaginable the skill what this is on. And I tried to get it to show us at least a way to, or with many ants or many people, but still, it's not nearly enough. However, what I did get is an image of 6 beacons, sources of light, the different mantles, without the father and the mother. And they kind of formed a circle around this tree. So them working together or doing something to stop it, that's the amount of power that's required.
Great news.
However, if we really want to help that, I got an image or a feeling that all of them have some kind of place of power, like a temple.
Ooh.
And visiting those, going by those temples, and can not necessarily not worship, but get some kind of favor or a boon, and can combine those boons into a weapon, a scythe, and cut the tree at its roots. And to get to those temples, I mean, we already kind of knew this, but the 4 artifacts, right? The map, the staff,
Yeah.
the sextant, the discs, and the compass. And all of these items seem to combine into one person.
No. Like, sorry, I have to clarify this for you because Cassius would have known this. They don't combine. It's combined in the vision, right? What he was trying to show you is that she did this with the 6 temples.
She's already done.
Yeah, she already walked the path. Yeah.
So
yeah,
if
she
you
walked the temple course.
want somebody who actually can help you with the artifacts find the path and walk it again, she would be the one, right?
Mm-hmm. So with the artifacts and this person, she already seemed to have done the course, right? And that's the guardian.
Yeah.
The girl with the red hair. So, not necessarily much more information, but definitely a path forward and combining these mantles and somehow reaching out to them. We already know of one, but it's also a specific order.
Okay.
So it's, I guess the Guardian would know more about it, but it's first fire, then water, earth, air, and life and death. The end. So it seems our paths are twofold still. It's to getting the artifacts, but also getting to the Guardian. And getting her help because she has done this before. She has walked the path.
Alright. So since she has walked the path, she could immediately do something? Or would she just help us on our way to do something?
It would require going to these different places and trying to get a boon of these entities. I mean, we know of one, or at least the steward of one, I guess. But the others are, I mean, we already know that the one of the Mantle of Earth is not well. So that would go. I can't even imagine. And any of the others, I don't know if maybe you, Fiora, have heard of the others a bit more through.
And we don't even know if they're. Yeah, we definitely need a map because some must be on the outside.
Well, as far as I know, Furore is on the outside.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
these
but
are
I'm not
temples we need to go to, not necessarily people.
I'm not sure
Well,
I'm not sure if it's even like literally temples. It's places of power, right? It's
Yeah.
it's
It
there.
sounds to me like there's something at specific places that belong to each of these elements, so they are specific temples.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they are temples
Because
in their own right.
It sounded like you were given something. So maybe, I don't know, you go to the temple and there's a relic in each of these temples, or there's something you have to get there or do there.
It might
get the favor.
It might not even be so literal as a item. It might be the favor
Well,
itself.
no, that's it. It might be that you have to go and prove yourself to the Temple of Death in order to get Death's favor.
I mean, in some way, it actually reminds me a bit of the Tower Trial, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
With
There
every
seems to be-
element, everything, we needed to prove something to understand it somehow, or to. That was more in the form of a riddle, but this is not so different.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, the current path that we're on, in order to get to the Guardian, I still think is valid. To go to Ys, do the outstanding business with him. But then maybe that sets us on a path to the Guardian. And then the Guardian knows the way forward. Or she can do it. I mean, like I said, the sun showed us as insignificant compared to the tree. But if we even can attempt to bring them together, or maybe the Guardian can do it, then we have done all we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, the artifacts is.
I also want to give Samira a reminder, because when she had the vision of the saint, right?
Yeah.
She was helped by someone who knew the path.
Yes. Someone helped her because she reminded them of probably the Guardian.
But basically, somebody else was using the artifacts because they knew exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah.
Which made it, so, yeah.
I know.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm reminding you so you can share this, reminder. It's just sharing the reminder. That's my question.
Nope.
Nope.
I would share if okay, you're pointing it out.
Yes.
Nope.
Nope.
No,
Sharing.
since we do need the artifacts for that travel, that reminds me of the challenges that one has to do for everything, and
Right.
we do know of someone who did those, like the journey basically through the artifacts, and that was Hildegard, right?
I mean, she did a part of it. She failed
she
at
did a
the
part
like
of
the
it, yeah.
fourth one, right?
She only could do a part of it because she was so bedridden.
Hmm.
And yeah, just because this, I don't know who it is, but since we're continuously talking about the Guardian, I mentioned this before, but someone helped Hildegard because she reminded them of the Guardian.
And as a general reminder, also for all three of you, Olosi, the map doesn't show only the path to one thing. It's the key, the path to a lot of things.
Yes.
You can find whatever you want with it, with
Yes.
with the tools, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you also need to know what you're actually looking for, right?
Yes.
I mean, today I got a little bit of information through the library on the Guardian. It took me a while, and there's not much.
Any connection
but
with
it's in connection
Ys?
to more in specific journals to connection to outsiders.
Oh.
And it said that occasionally some of these outsiders, they gain some like higher level of power. And
Yeah, like Hildegard did.
yeah. Well, I'm not sure, was Hildegard an outsider? Or
No, but
She
through the
was
journey she got higher power. She got health.
she did. But these people, they were like us, right? And they kind of like start calling themselves the guardians of the world, and they were kind of electing themselves because they fell in love with it. They wanted to protect it. They wanted to literally guard it. So it's what this tells me is that the guardian that we're currently looking for is like us, or was like us. Probably she's been here for a long enough time that she started to be more like the world.
Well, we already know that over time you eventually become more part of the world.
Yeah. But honestly, regrettably, that's the only thing I could find on the Guardian, or couldn't let me find anything on her specifically. So I will see, but there's also the whole thing with Ys that I need to look into. The mental power that I need to look into, so it's
the mental power has been locked up longer than before Hildegard went on her journey, right?
I mean,
as far as we know.
Yeah.
So the only one I know of a connection with that would be Ys left to have helped her.
Well, hence why we've already been told to go and ask him for help.
Yeah.
True.
So he'd also know about the artifacts.
I mean, whatever Ys is, whatever his game is, it doesn't include the Tree of Pain. So that is a threat to him as much as it is to us or to the world.
It might be a bit naive to think as well, but if he was the one to have helped Hildegard, then he would not be interested in the keys either, because he already had the chance, right?
Wait, back up. Sorry, Vera, but how can you know that? I mean, he might as well have his own interest in it, and like we said before, like obtain the power for himself, or how do you know it's not in his interest?
How would the Tree of Pain be of interest to any living being?
Is this information you thought of, or is this from because that's okay as well. From your source. Because I was being very vague, I'm sorry.
Is it me or at the others?
Oh, no, at Viera.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's from a source and it's confirmed, that's alright as well. But if it's your own thoughts, could you explain?
I already know that Yis has no interest in the Tree of Pain. If anything, it's probably counterproductive to his plans, but
I'm not so sure. I don't know enough about Yiz to begin with. That's kind of what I'm going to try to find out today. So
yeah, I'm telling you, not suggesting it.
Okay, alright. That's also good to know, yeah.
okay.
The Tree of Pain is not in Yis's best interests, or even close.
Right.
He wants it as much as we do.
Okay. Okay. Fine. I'm still going to look into him, though. That's
Sure.
not going to change.
Yeah, by all means.
Right.
If there's any questions you specifically have before you go looking into it that you want to ask, I may not be able to answer some of them.
I mean, in general, like, how did Even come to be here? What? In the end,
That I don't know. I'm assuming he's an outsider like we are.
assume.
How is he able to, without, I'm assuming, the map and everything, travel in between everything?
Yeah, that one.
He has found exceptions. The other thing I can tell you is that whatever promise he made you about handing items over in exchange for something of an equal power, he's not beholden to.
He's not.
If anything, he's beholden to not keep that promise.
That's shit.
But at the same time, I don't suggest we go to him with the offer of exchanging something for information. The Tree of Pain is something he does not want. So it's in his best interests to help us.
Yeah.
Yeah, in his own roundabout way, more likely. But
in whatever form that takes, yes.
He's more likely to just, like, again, just, like, subvert a promise on his side? Is that what you mean, or I don't quite follow?
I don't remember the wording exactly.
But he doesn't have to be bound to his word,
but
basically.
I'll PM you, Chris.
It's fine. This is a character failing to remember stuff, so he found a way to exclude himself from the rules that apply when it comes to promises. And the wording used after that strongly suggested that he is more likely not to hold himself to a promise than he is to hold himself to a promise. But no, so basically he can or cannot hold himself to a promise if he chooses to do so.
Okay, I mean, so whatever, I mean, I guess that was clear, but whatever we do with him, it's only to finish up. But I don't understand, like, if he makes a promise and he's not beholden to it, like, it's kind of fucked that the other party is, right?
Yeah.
Yes, unless they too also find a
that
way
way.
to exclude themselves from such things. The reality, the more important thing I took from that is that if he is able to do it, so are others.
I mean, if he's kind of like what Bertrand was saying, one of these tender gods. Maybe that's all what it takes, like just enough
Power?
power,
Maybe.
possibly.
The truth is, we don't know what it takes, and we're guessing, but
Yeah, true. I mean,
the fact is that if one being can figure out a way to do it, so can others.
Yeah.
Whether it's a good thing or not is another question. But you're not going to get him honoring any exchange of items for power.
no. So the best we can hope for is just try to complete that part. I mean, as long as there's still stuff of him lying around, I guess I'm bound to it for now.
Yeah.
But at least get rid of the ones that I have and try to get the most out of it, but not more deals. Like nothing.
Yeah, just
else.
play on his equal
more
disinterest in
promises
the
of
tree.
exchange,
Yeah.
No more deals of any kind. Because you know he's not beholden to. He can choose whether he wants to adhere to it or not. So I think as long as you're of use to him, or of interest to him, then you're going to be fine. The second you're not, he probably, at best, he just discards you and forgets about you. At worst, he becomes vindictive.
I think that's the best thing to aim for, is just to get rid of him but not
maybe.
in his interest anymore. I think that's a better place to be.
Become neutral.
I mean, I think he's just, and because the message that he sent me was dripping with amusement. He was doing it on purpose. He was doing it on me. It was like he knew what was going to happen. He was.
Yeah. You don't want to be
playing on
his
that.
toy because toys get broken.
Exactly. But yeah. I'll try to get some more information about him today. I'll let you guys know if I find anything
Alright.
worthwhile. So, and you guys, any progress on your part?
I mean, we're looking.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like any manhunt would be. You gotta start somewhere, and that somewhere is nowhere.
Right.
So, nothing yet, but obviously we'll let you know once we have something relevant.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Okay. I should get back to it. You guys,
well, you're done for the day, aren't you? You finished all your study for today, so
all right.
It's us leaving you to relax. So I would say go back to the bath if it was good. And
I might at some point.
Yeah,
but,
relax.
For now.
Don't just keep your brain all active.
Or maybe find us a bathhouse all of us can go to.
I mean, you guys can go there. You just have to praise the sun.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no thanks.
Also, you have to be there alone. That takes half the fun out of baths that way.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Our bath time's all about being communal. And
well,
the school actually has a bath house, hot spring area. Yes.
Do we know that? Does
Yes.
Cassius know that?
Yes.
Okay,
was,
but then do we
but
know that?
Yes. Which part of yes did you not understand, Chris?
Well, because Cassius is the one who's been told a lot about the school by people and not necessarily us.
You were shown around initially when you like made the first contacts and stuff. Yeah, there is a hot springs area.
Okay.
I would normally agree with you.
It's
But
actually
honestly,
a reproduction of a different place in memory, and they didn't explain it any further. But basically, it's a reproduction of a different bathhouse somewhere completely else.
I normally agree with you on the fun and the communal baths, but this place is truly special. It's something.
Then I'll be externally happy for you to have found it.
Come on, just guys,
Yeah,
just
okay.
try something. Ugh. Okay.
You're finished with your work for the day. We still have work to do today.
Yeah.
So we're going to leave you to enjoy the feeling of your bath.
Your
Yeah,
solitude in the bath with mirrors and crystals and whatever.
We'll see you later.
I'm going to get a drink downstairs, but okay. And I talk with other people because you guys are something else.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's the last word I was looking for, but okay.
I know we're special, that's alright. No one will ever find someone like us.
No.
Have fun with you boring other people.
So he just leaves. He's like,
Don't
later.
drink too much.
I don't promise anything.
At least you've learned.
Boo.
Who?
And then continue on with, what are we on now? Day 2 of our
Yeah.
Day 2 is I'm getting beat up.
Yeah, you're gonna
Day
beat up.
2 is Viera watching Samira getting beaten up and being like, man, I'm glad she's doing the talking.
Fuck.
Talking.
I'm missing out on so much. Wish I was there. No.
Anyway, so the last thing you did is leave a message in the alley, right?
Yep. Basically just lying there. Anyone else outside of that Artagel would disregard it, but just, we want to talk, dash, VNS.
XOXO.
No.
Give me a
There's
second.
no C attached.
Just checking something. Blah, 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 blah. You almost return to the tavern, to your inn, when a completely different kid comes running up to you with a note and waits for you to actually read it, and it says, what do you want to talk about?
Saving your life. Send that back.
Yeah. This kid gets only a copper.
Wow. Favoritism.
With the promise of another if he's speedy in his return.
He gives you the copper back and waits.
Oh.
And doesn't move.
Young kids. Alright. He gets a silver.
I mean, back in my day, you'd be lucky if you didn't get hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I remember being a kid.
Yeah, great. Viera turning into a grumpy old woman immediately. Amazing. Anyway, he darts off. Right. Are you waiting in front of the inn? What are you doing?
Not in front of the inn.
Well,
We don't
you
want
said
to.
we were
Yeah.
almost back
Almost
to
at
the
the
inn,
inn.
so
Yeah.
we're waiting wherever the kid found us.
Yeah, we don't want to be
Well, actually,
anywhere
no,
near.
We'll just randomly keep walking.
Yeah. Away
Shop-
from the inn.
Window
Yeah.
shopping down the streets.
Okay. So, how long are you gonna window shop?
A while.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, a while, aka a good distance away from your inn.
Yeah.
A person joins you on that. Person looking like this.
Too many windows open. Like what?
He is wearing expensive clothes. Not too expensive, but like certainly not lower class, right? Very clean. Looks like he purchased, like they look actually relatively new, actually. Very simple, however, like no embroidery, like it's just like, pants, shirt, dagger at a sheath at his, at his belt. He's like the type of man who's like, you can see muscle, but it's like the kind of like lean muscle, like very similar to Cassius, actually. Of somebody who's limber more than strong, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. So he's a weak, talkative type, is what you mean.
I mean, he has like this like roguish, charming smile on his lips, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That was a passive roast of Cassius.
Someone is going to get stabbed.
It's like almost like you're looking at the older brother of Cassius, or Cassius in the future, right?
But the hair is obviously not as amazing.
I mean, the hair is still great. It's just salt and pepper,
but
right?
Thank you, Viera. Thank you.
Great. It's
Yeah.
not amazing.
Either way,
Thank you.
still blue eye on one side, on the left, and an eye that looks exactly like one of Yis's on the right side.
Lovely.
And he kind of like makes like an offhanded, amused comment about whatever you're looking at the shop window. It's like just like a casual friend who's joined you in shopping, in window shopping.
Just casually join. You're quite right, and a pause for him to say his name.
He doesn't, but he will say, "You were looking for me."
Attempting to, yes. Well, hard to find, I guess.
Well, dead people are usually hard to find, yes? Oh, I'm not that way. He kind of chuckles.
And we prefer it remain that way.
Mm-hmm.
A particular individual is getting people to promise to return, and Viera kind of lets the sentence trail off at that point. We'd prefer to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. He's like furrows his eyebrows and like he like shows you like to keep walking, but like he kind of furrows his eyebrows and tilts his head to the side. It's like a particular someone is promising, making people promise to return.
To return
Where?
Someone
Things.
wants his body pieces back and is now acting.
Subtlety out of the window.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I don't care about that.
I'm afraid I cannot help you with that.
Yeah, we We do not want that to happen, is exactly why we're here.
The problem is that the people who've made these promises will stop at nothing to fulfill them, as I'm sure you're aware of how promises work here. And the simple fact is they know you are here. So you remaining here.
And I was wondering why people were looking for me. He kind of chuckles.
Mm-hmm.
You remaining here poses a threat to you, mostly, and to them in the fact that they are required to fulfill their promises.
Well,
Yes.
if they are your friend you're talking about, I am not worried. I would be worried for your friend. Which is not a threat, I want to point out. I'm not the threatening kind. It's just advice.
Yes, we would rather our friend be kept ignorant, is why we're here, of your existence.
I mean, I would have not approached you if you were not so persistent.
Well, with lives at stake, then of course we're going to be. But I
Wow.
appreciate your kindness in coming up to us.
I do appreciate a warning. I will have to say that, yes, going after certain parts would not be recommended.
Since you were able to follow us, I assume you know about our friend?
I implied as such, yes.
Please avoid him when possible.
And like I said, I had no intention of approaching you to begin with anyway.
Good. Better keep it that. We'd better want to keep it that way.
Good to know. That means I don't have to do anything about you.
Yes. Well, this was the easiest courtesy I've ever done, I think.
He's like, he's just generally amused with a twinkle in his eyes. Like, he looks like the type of man that would probably be fun to hang out with.
Alas. Well, with all the best interests, I hope we never see each other again.
Yes.
Do
Or at
tell your
least,
friend
yeah.
that I do not recommend that he looks for the sword either.
The sword.
He knows what I'm talking about.
We will keep that in mind.
And we will obfuscate the sword from him too, then.
Oh, I don't think that you would be able to find it anyway, but him looking for it is not a good idea. Either way, good luck.
Thank you.
I genuinely do not recommend looking for more of those parts if you can help it.
He can't.
There are ways of unbinding promises. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Certain ways have sadly become scarce, but we will do what we can.
And he gives you a bow, like a nobleman would give to ladies.
Mm-hmm.
It's very smooth, very suave. It comes with the practice of somebody who's used to, Samira, this is more of a pointer to you. This is somebody who's used to behave like a noble person, right? In among nobility, it's like it has this practice grace to it.
And politeness sake, I'm curtsying back.
And he will ladies, and then he will saunter off and actually very easily just disappear. This is Cassius level stealth on steroids.
Yeah. Given where we are and the time frame we're at, do I know if Avahyra is still around? Or have
No, they
left?
already left.
Oh, they left days back.
4 days ago.
Yeah.
Literally.
Okay, just double checking. Vieira's gonna send a message to Layla.
Yes.
Simply saying, can Ava Hira recommend any way for Samira and I to forget recent things?
Head to the school and she will just give you, I don't have a name ready, but basically she will give you somebody who can do...
Someone they trust.
Yeah, someone, well, they trust the people in the academy. But
Yeah.
basically somebody who can cast the spell Remove Memory, right? Modify Memory.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Vieira's just going to hook Samira's arm into hers and then say, we're going to extend our walk for a little bit further.
Okay.
And she will ask if the disc is available.
Yes, for today, yes. Wait, is it the same day?
No,
No, it's
it's not.
another.
Fourth
It's
day.
another day. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
But you've still got 8 hours on it, don't you?
No, it's another day. So yes, it recharges every day.
And then just as we walk, find some quiet not alleyways, but quiet walkways to walk down. And then activate the disc as we're walking and just explain the plan that we've obviously given him the warning.
Mm-hmm.
We need to forget that we've ever met him or what he looks like, so that we can't give anything away to Cassius ever. We need to be under the impression that we did not find him and that he's no longer here.
Okay. Happily will do so. Just a little snag. Vinny also remembers, and Cassius can read Vinny's memory. I don't know if that's something that we need to keep an eye
I
on.
also want to point out something from the jam perspective. You need to remember enough to know not to keep looking.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I said we know that he's no longer here, aka he's moved on,
Yeah.
and we couldn't find any trace of him.
So basically, yeah, the memory would be modified into that. You remember
Yeah, and
that
the
you
memory
found
would be modified, that our searches resulted in us learning
Yeah.
that
that he moved on.
the
And nobody knows.
individual
Yeah.
involved moved on and is no longer here, and in fact is dead, because that's what he said.
Mm.
He said he was dead.
Okay.
Oh yeah, good point, Vieira. Because you've already dealt with enough of this kind. He has this kind of look in the eyes that implies that he's much older, like very similar to Samriel,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously the last thing I thought was that he was middle-aged. He's been around for like a couple 100 years, probably.
Yeah.
I suspect that's...
It doesn't look as Voldveri as Samriel, right? But
Yeah.
it's, you know... it also has the same unnerving unboardedness of Samriel, of like, yeah, you know, near my power level, so I'm nowhere remotely bothered by your presence.
It wasn't about that. It was just about
Yeah.
warning him about what's happening,
Yeah.
and that we want to keep our friends safe, and that means us never seeing
No,
you
but
again.
this is more of a clue that, like, it would be very bad for Cassius if he were compelled to try, right?
Yeah, but currently that's the problem with the promise. He is compelled to try. At the end of the day.
Yeah.
So,
Which would, of course, only strengthen your intent of modifying the memory.
yes. And Vieira's going to pour her wisdom into how that memory, or those memories, should be modified.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And should include Vinny if Vinny is...
Yeah, I will need to
capable of
communicate
everyone.
with Vinny. Yeah,
And
how?
it's purely, kind of from Vinny's perspective, that's purely to protect you
Mm-hmm.
as well as him.
Yeah, I'll first of all ask Vinny if that's an option, if that's something they'd be comfortable with. If not, we can make something happen.
If this is something you need from them, they will agree to it.
Okay.
It's not a memory that is emotionally important to them anyway, so
All right.
not on a personal level in that sense.
And that's very appreciated, and thankfully the spell works for all creatures, not just, specific sense. So yeah, Winnie's on board. Okay.
The 5th level spell. Let me open my document for resources. Blah blah blah. Ba, 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 ba. It would be wouldn't be cheap.
Lovely. What's the amount?
It will give you a discount. It would usually be 2,400 gold.
For all or for one?
Free cast.
Yeah.
They will give it because of Leela's connection and Bertram. They will give you a discount and charge you 2,000.
Do we have 2,000?
It's a 5th level spell, you guys, so...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we'd have to pull together. I don't have 2,000.
I do, but not here.
Hey. How much would only 2 people be with the discount?
It's 800 per person.
With the discount?
It's 800 without the discount.
Oh, okay. Right, because 3 times with is not 2,000. Okay.
So without the discount, it's 1,600, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd need to arrange with Vinny because Vinny can deny me, like tell me afterwards to not share that memory with me, and in the after sense to just let me know to not let Cassius read their mind again. Because I would, regardless of anything that I remember, I would follow that.
The problem is that currently you cannot prevent Cassius from reading his mind.
Just putting it out there, a certain person does have that amount of money in the price of holding.
Yeah, Cassius.
I mean, you don't have to tell him what you need the money for.
I mean, it's in the coin pouch. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm sharing the details with Viera how much we have, so we would be aware on the biography part, but I'm not suggesting the Cassius thing because Samira would feel shitty as fuck about that.
Again, you guys can ask him for like, hey, we need money for lady stuff.
2,400 gold. Yeah, let's go. Shopping time.
We need money for something. We can't tell you, I'm sorry, please give us the money. Like, you can always
According
cry.
to the coin parts of holding with the group funds, you would have enough with if you sell the gems, right? Just quick maths. I mean, then you're spending all your money.
Yeah, if just me and Viera use all of our money, we'd get 2,000, yeah.
I love this.
Well, I currently have 500
The thing is, like,
golden.
I want to point out, you feel reluctant to take his money, but you're literally gambling with his life if you don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
know.
something to explain later.
Yeah.
But it's where did all my fucking money go?
Of course, you can always ask him and not explain why and what you need it for.
Try.
Because that's an interesting RP situation. There you go.
We've got the
I mean,
maps,
also-
don't we?
What do we have?
The maps.
Yeah, of course. It's all in the bags. I carry everything.
Vera's gonna stop Samira in the middle of the street, pull out the maps, and calculate how long it would take the Mothers of Mercy to get to Tucson and back.
Okay, so the Mother of Mercy, let me, travels at 128 miles per day. This is 16-hour travel, right?
Yep.
Activate.
But isn't currently the Mother of Mercy also shipping the ruffle?
They are. That's the
Ugh.
problem.
Where are they shipping Ruffle to, though?
They're currently, if you ask, they're in Vincania. In the
Where?
capital city.
What?
That's
Where?
here.
There.
The
Markaram.
Where we came past, yeah.
yeah, Markram. Museum.
It's just take my money. I double dare you.
Well, if they make the way like this route, they can get there fast, right? Then just whoop. Because if they're fast enough to get the money towards us, we can get
Again,
we can just replace
128
Cass's money.
per day.
Yeah.
So it'd be 2 days to Susan, yeah.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, just take his money. We're saving his life at the end of the day. We'll replace it at some point
Okay.
by us just sacrificing our share on stuff.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
We've made money before, we'll make money again, I'm sure. And worst case scenario, by the time we get back to Tucson, we can repay it once for that. And hell, this is his contribution to having an alchemy lab in Tucson. Get on with it. Yeah.
And it's for him that we're getting our memory wiped, so it's kind of like
Yeah.
Wow.
we
The,
invest.
the
Yeah.
rationalization
It's emotional
of
damages
theft,
he's paying.
the theft, the rationalization of theft is delicious.
Says the
Look at
thief.
that.
They're delicious.
And
Yes.
Says the thief.
Join
That's it.
me.
Yeah,
Join me
join
in my side. I'm so proud of you. But I'm also pissed off. But I
He's
also
finally investing in the alchemy shop, to which he has full access in Tucson.
yes. Rationalize it as much as you want. You're just
The
as rotten as I am. Thank you.
logistics are very simple.
I never
Gareth is
denied
gonna
that.
flat
I
out
never
tell
denied
you
that.
We've taken some of your gold and sent it to Tucson to invest in the alchemy shop, so that when it's the red light time,
We'll get to that conversation when we get to the
We'll
conversation.
get to there. We'll get
that
to there.
conversation.
We'll get there.
Yeah. It's all good. So yeah, you pay for it.
Yeah.
Cassius then goes on an expensive spending spree for books
But-
and
but-
research.
but
and
like
finds out
not-
he doesn't have any.
Not even like a little bit from the others, like share. No, it's like take all of it from my stash.
Oh, because we're already modifying memory. We're just modifying our decision to pay for this into our excuse. So we're not even
Wow.
lying.
Jesus Christ. He's just like not even sharing the load, just like taking it all from us. Okay. And I have plans for that money. I have plans.
We are paying you back.
The best
I am
thing
paying you back.
You will get the coin back.
So you modify memory, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now we gotta go to the question of 4 days have passed. You have modified memory. You have found the answer you have found. Are you waiting or are you leaving? Because that was the thing, right?
Well, we got to day 4, and at the point of day 4, this was the point where it was better to just wait anyway.
Yeah, no, the day 5 was where, this is why I said you will make the decision at the end of day 4.
29 we have to
But
decide.
the problem is, at day 5, it's going to take us as long to get there, leaving on our own, flying, and day 5 is also the point at which we might as well just wait until we
Yes,
get
I know,
to
but this is why you said you wanted to make the decision at the end of day 4. So now it's the
Yeah,
end of day
and-
4.
and the
What is your
decision is-
decision?
The decision is Viera has nothing to do in this town specifically. So
It's a
for
conversation,
her,
right?
whether we spend
Well, then, how about you meet up and have this conversation now? Because this is a decision you guys have to make. This was the entire point of us stopping at day 4.
Prior to this, do we want to get the stuff that we wanted to buy, like the saddles or something, out of the way? Or
How much would the saddles be? That's the question.
good question.
So that would
Good
be
question.
like a saddle for a bigger thing, right? So maybe this is also the question how long it would take to make all the items that you guys want to make anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I definitely
you might
also
have
request-
more than one reason to stay. Mounts and vehicles. There we go. Saddles.
it requires an exotic saddle.
Yeah. I would say because of the type of exotic, which is not a normal, like, you know, like for elephants or camels and stuff.
Well, no, an exotic. It specifically says in the description, an exotic saddle is required for riding any aquatic or flying mount.
Okay. Then we go with 60 gold, yeah.
Awesome.
So you need 3 of them.
Each, and they weigh 40 pounds. You should just be able to import an exotic saddle.
Yeah. I'll put them in the portable hole later on.
Yeah, but like that was not why I was asking.
Yeah,
30 times
can you PM
5.
me if the thing I asked for is available at all on the price?
It
if
would
you have it?
wait, shush.
Okay.
So that's 3 times. It would
180?
take about a day and a half. I would say 2 days for them to be made.
Okay.
We might as well wait then.
We did at the beginning
we
of the
did
4 days.
that at
We
the
requested
beginning,
the
yeah.
saddles, so
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
have them after
the
2
saddles
days.
are already done.
Okay.
So what else did you need?
Mm,
Let's go
scrolls.
one by one and update your notes. Just tell me what you want, and we're calculating it now real time.
I took the money from the sales from the group fund, just so everyone knows.
Next thing.
Okay, who goes first?
Should we do
I don't need anything.
Let's do. Well, Samira wanted more stuff.
Samir wanted hers in secret also.
Oh,
Sorry.
Right.
Don't worry. No, as long as you don't say what it is.
okay. Then I guess it's me. Spell scrolls.
Yeah.
I have the list.
Can
and it's
you
going to-
actually word a bit more clear what you actually want? Because you put like 3 different things into one sentence and it's a bit unclear. So what is
Me?
the item? Yeah, what is the item you actually want? Your paragraph was like basically stream of consciousness. Like,
I know, that's me.
yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. When you need explanations, then just let me know always.
Okay. Let me open up stuff. It's 5,000 gold, Lena.
Even though it's uncommon.
It's the magical items as per book. I'm opening up from the same magical prices.
Even though it's uncommon.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Ask DMG. That's actually the same magical price is actually cheaper than the DMG would actually ask for, by the way.
And also quicker.
Yeah.
Continue with the others while I'm thinking it over.
Cassius.
The spell scrolls are listed. I'm now looking at all the prices, just listing them all.
Mm-hmm.
And they were.
Did you order them before they stole 2,000 from you or after?
Before. And that was day one, so.
Okay, so we now need to calculate it because now becomes a question if you even had 2,000 to begin with.
True. I mean, I had 300 platinum.
Yeah, but like, give me the do the total.
I will do the total.
Do the total.
Give me a moment.
Yeah. Deduct it from your stuff, and then let them know how much gold was left.
I mean, okay, I don't remember exactly how much I had. Oh yeah, I have 2,400 more, 240 platinum more. So.
And whatever the price, by the way.
Yeah.
Divided by 150. And then whatever comes out of that, that's how many days it will take to make them total.
Okay.
Because per scroll, like for each scroll individually.
Yeah, for each scroll. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then that also decides how many I can get for 4 days. So that's going to be. This is going to be day 1. It's going to be day 2. Then this is going to be day 3. Okay, I cannot get all of them. I can get.
And they're not one after another. They're going to be made at the same time, right? So just go with the most expensive one divided by 150, and this is how many days it will take.
Divided by 150, the highest level is 3rd level.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Phantom Steed is high. No, it's also 3rd level. No, it's all 3rd level, so it's only all going to take 1 day.
Yeah, okay. Then you have them all already. So just deduct the money for it.
Alright.
Because I cannot stress how many wizards you have in the academy. It's ridiculous. Because Firos bought a ridiculous amount of money of wizards in that school. When he was building the collective, it was broken. Which also pretty much confirmed that, like, I shall not give anything ever to Firos, to people who actually know how to do math.
Right.
Because they break the system, because they know how to do math.
Systems are there to be broken.
I will like.
Okay. The total amount of gold would be 550 gold. For the
Okay,
scrolls.
so you did have enough money left.
I did have enough, yeah.
Awesome. Is there anything else you need to buy? Because I don't remember. I'm not looking it up because you're looking at it right now, so I'm being lazy.
In the planning, I just have the spell scrolls. Basically.
Okay, awesome. Then deduct the money, so they did have enough money to steal from your coin purse afterwards. Awesome.
Amazing.
There we go. And then deduct the 2,000, please, as well.
I deducted the 2,000 already. The your thing you can do yourself.
Yep.
If you wanna. I don't know the amount again. I don't remember.
I have it. No worries. And as such, I am now again the poorest member.
I mean, that's a yo-yo between you and Samira all the time. Anyway.
Yeah. You have
Yeah.
tons of gold from somewhere.
Yeah. you're being
And by
shady
the way,
with
you
your
know
gold.
why it's so expensive, Lena? It's endless.
Mm.
It's
Mm,
infinite.
mm.
This is
Okay.
why it's not a one-time use thing or like has
Yeah.
charges. It's just whenever, and that's a hefty.
Yeah. And I don't have the time to make something myself.
You wouldn't have the level that requires you to make a periaptive wound closure.
Now you said it anyway.
When you say it.
Sorry, I'm tired.
Note to self: don't talk to Shinny about secret stuff during session ever.
Yeah.
Spoilers guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't have the money to commission anything, so unless I will get you my I can't do anything right now. If we're staying, then I will contact you midweek, but
Okay.
if we're going now, I don't have anything. Yeah, I need to get beat up more often. I'm just poor.
The first question I would have is that a most profitable use of your time?
I mean,
How
if
else
she-
do I make
if she
money? I don't have
enjoys
any
it-
marketable skills.
If she enjoys it.
And I also don't have any marketable skills.
Yeah. It's double function. Enjoy it and you can make money. You know what they say, right? If you make your hobby into your work, you never have to work in any day of your life.
And in the end, you hate your hobby.
You can also gamble. I mean, there's that.
Yeah, no. I'm better at beating than
Why,
You
lying.
can
gambling
gain
permit.
double the amount you bet.
With my luck, are you kidding me?
You could get a sneaky middleman to bet against you and then throw the fight.
I'd first need a reputation for people to bet on me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the point. You spend 5 days
Flooring, yeah,
winning-
somebody, yeah.
winning flights, and then you bet against yourself sneakily. And,
Anyway, so
Yeah.
okay, so because we're getting close to me calling the session, right?
I thought you were going to say because we're getting so far off track.
Also that, yeah.
You should now have the conversation in character about whether you're leaving or staying.
Yeah, my girlfriend also asked me if I could quit because she has to wake up at 5 in the morning. So
Oh, do we want to break off now if you need to?
Well, it would be nice
Okay.
to have the decision if you're staying
Yes.
or not, right?
Okay,
So
yeah.
yes, let's do that.
it doesn't even have to be RP'd out. Just please make a decision.
We RP so long, and you need to go. Let's just make a decision now, and then RP next time if you
we
want.
can role play out the conversation next week. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's
the
possible, that
decision
would.
is to stay.
Yeah. Okay. You're voting on stay.
I'm not voting anything, but I assume the decision is to stay. Vieira does not care either way.
What does Cassius say?
I mean, otherwise we would just be gaining 1 day, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, we will be arriving at the same time.
At
Yeah.
the same time, well then.
Correct.
Yeah. Stay would be better than yeah.
Yeah,
The
stay, I mean,
difference is that leaving now will not have a wind walk coming back that will save us a couple of days.
yeah, then stay. If we're arriving at the same time and then we have a wind walk for coming back or for any time, right? Like even if we come back in a different way, if we have to go somewhere else suddenly, like
the
then
only
we can.
difference would be that we get back kind of 3 days later, and we then have the 3 wind walk. Was it 3? No, it was 2 items, wasn't it?
2.
We then have the 2 wind walk items should we need to be anywhere really quickly. That's the only difference.
I mean, there's always more research to do, so Cassius would vote for staying and then going when the wind walk is ready, so we have one for to get back or to get wherever. But it's kind of like in between. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you're staying.
He would.
Yeah.
Cassie would just say, I know what Samir would say.
She'd also say stay.
Because then she can make money.
No, it is not about the money. It's about the logistical thing as well. Because
Yeah.
honestly, rush ourselves, like physically exhaust ourselves, or just stay a couple of days to prepare more.
Okay. So you stay.
The
Okay.
balance there.
Awesome. Well, then you can think about what you want to do in those downtime days, right?
We
while
have,
waiting?
Until the 34th.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
It'll be 6
Yeah.
days.
5, 6 days. Yeah,
Yeah.
6 days.
Okay, that's it then.
Mhm.
All right.
I'm calling the
Nice.
session here then.
Mhm.
Abo, if you can just quickly at least post us what your favorite moment was in chat.
I mean, it's very quick.
Okay.
My favorite moment was definitely, well, first was the pool. Like, I really like that. I enjoyed that. But I think afterwards it was overshadowed by me suggesting that actually they get the money from Cassius, and then a whole discussion about it, and then in the end they do it. That was delicious, and I cannot wait for the RP that follows out of it. That's it. Yep, that's it. That's mine.
If
you
he's gonna
guys?
notice that in the next 6 days, it's gonna be great.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey,
Everyone
you
else?
guys?
I have no idea.
I guess that actually Cassius apparently flushed when Samir commented on his hair. Like, he didn't blush ever before. That's cute.
Sensitive topic.
Yeah, but he usually gets defensive, not blushy.
My favorite moment is that finally somebody fucking walked into the Temple of the Father and actually talked to him. After 1.5
Yeah, no,
years.
I suppressed that emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my favorite moment was us finally discovering the root of how everything is connected. The artifacts point to the temples, point to a favor or a goal or an item, point to saving the tree, ultimately.
I really like the group effort we had in general with the sun conversation.
Yes.
Yeah,
That helped.
yeah. Kind of everything that came out of that. It feels like a culmination of a lot of sessions work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because my favorite thing here with that is that I'm really trying my very hardest that it doesn't feel like the saving of the world depends on you, but you can contribute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think our inner D&D players in each of us is desperately trying to save the world
Anyway, yes, I know.
and contribute.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure.
But yeah, at least like I'm hoping it gets across as like, yeah, sure, you don't have to do it in person. You know, the world is not going to end if you are not involved, like specifically. Like you can just share all this information to, you know, other people, and they will probably take it over, right?
Yeah. At the end of the day, there are bigger fish to solve this problem, but we can give them help.
Yeah.
And it might be a good stepping stone to become a big fish.
Yes. Well, it'll certainly get us noticed by the big fish. So.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you for the session. I'm going to end it here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
And
You.
I will probably post some like more plans for the next 5 days in the same document.
We're gonna repeat it out anyway, so yeah.
True. But like, I'd like to think about it before, because otherwise I'm there like, oh, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And also
Brain
it gives also the
observant, I
others a
guess.
good idea. Anyway, I'm gonna stop streaming now.
All right.
Bye.